Guys, welcome to the stream. As stated earlier in the messaging, going to be doing some PvP today. I mean, if you can call it PvP, it's mostly run to the other side of the map, try not to die, and kill a dwarf. So, like the furthest from PvP you could really do. Fortunately, that's the sad part of watching streamers that are playing Anniversary right now, because yeah, everybody's trying to grind out that rank. Got 94k left for the week that I need to get. So, been doing other games earlier in the week, so haven't had quite as much time to put into this as I wanted to, but this is week 3 of 8. So 256k, slightly north of 256k is my required for the week, and I've got a little under 100k left to go. So I could probably finish this up tonight and not have to worry about it anymore this weekend, which would be ideal, to be honest. Get a couple of days off, because next week I'll have to do like 418k with within the same amount of time. So it'll probably be an entire week thing, unfortunately. Missing people. Oh, down to 1 left. So the guild's slightly growing. We're getting a little bit bigger than what we were. We're officially attempting to do some raids and stuff now. Bringing in a lot of pugs. We've done 2 Zul'Gurubs so far. The first one was, in my opinion, a disaster. We killed everything except the 2 optional bosses, and then we also did not get Hakar. But we had some pretty poor healers, and that kind of spelled the end of raiding. The healers just couldn't keep the tanks alive. Granted, the tanks were a little undergeared, but not insanely undergeared considering. So it was mostly the heals having a problem with understanding who they needed to be healing and whatnot. So yeah, we got that knocked out. The second week we went in, we killed everything except 1 optional boss, which was the fishing guy. Just because no one knew that there was a pre-quest to being able to get the mudskunk lures that actually had 300 fishing, so they came in just expecting to be able to fish them up and didn't have any lures and didn't realize there was a pre-quest to get lures. So yeah, needless to say, that didn't happen. So the next time we go in, we should be able to do it. We've got multiple people with 300, and we'll clear down to the ledge and get the pre-quest for people, and then they can run out and grab the lures and come back while we're clearing trash to other bosses. And then we're going to attempt our first 40-man raid tomorrow. I hesitate to call it a guild group because it's like 8 people signed up right now. I don't know how many other people will end up coming along if they have the evening free, but I mean, we've only got about 15 or so level 60s right now, and so several of them weren't able to make Saturday night, and as a rule we don't raid Saturday nights. It just happened to be the night that we were able to try to pull things together for this week. So I totally get it when people can't make it outside of the normal raid window. Running through AV on my poverty pony. We started really late in this content, so we didn't even start like leveling over here until BWL was already out, and that's still technically the main 40-man raid right now. AQ40 isn't out yet, so we haven't really been leveling over here all that long. So a lot of us are still, you know, pretty under geared. It's like, I think the highest person I've seen item level wise so far has been item level 70, and I'm at 59. So got a decent amount of gear to have to pick up still. Have a lot of stuff that would not be considered even remotely close to BIS, so. Tag this graveyard real quick, hopefully. Yeah, that went well. Thought there was an elite in that pile, so. These guys want to hang out here and defend this graveyard, I'll hang out with them. And if they don't, then I'm going to leave when they leave. Because, yeah, not having any better gear than what I have, I'm not going to defend shit by myself. It's like we're leaving. Yeah, because those defenders. Really blows my mind that the Horde don't even bother taking out. It's like, it would take like probably 45 seconds to clear both of, with the entire raid team to clear both of these bunkers. And that'd be an extra like 400 honor. And it's like, I don't know. Especially if we're going to have a team that stays back to kill the other ones. I mean, it seems like it'd be worth it to just knock out those two really fast. And everybody's always shooting for like the perfect example for PvP. So they just want to come straight in here, kill the dwarf, and be done. But that almost never happens. It's like we always have some alliance that pops in the back end, no one's paying attention, and they wipe us out, or somebody pulls early and we wipe, and then we have to run all the way back from the beginning. And then when that happens, we start losing people to the towers or to the bunkers because they have so many archers in the top of them. If I can find any of the information on the announcements that they made earlier today. Had to order some parts for a car earlier today. Well, I ordered them last week that came in earlier today. And they had to ship all the parts in 3 separate shipments. And they decided to ship brake pads and light bulbs, like headlight bulbs, in the same package. And they put no package protection inside of the box. So there was one of those like air-filled plastic bags in there. It was like, you know, really small. And everything that was in there was extremely loose and not held down well whatsoever. And yeah, brake pads are like, 5 to 10 pounds worth of weight. And they shipped them via UPS from, a couple of states away. So, of course, they got turned upside down, rolled around, who knows, probably dropped or whatever else. The box itself didn't have any damage on it, but both of the headlamps were completely shattered into just basically dust and mangled strips of metal. It's like, what kind of moron packs light bulbs in with brake pads and then doesn't secure the packaging? Like, it's just stupid. I contacted the company that I ordered them through, and they're sending some replacements, which is nice. But it was an automated system, and one of the first questions they ask you is if the part was damaged. And it's not until, like, in a 10 or 12 question system, it's not until about question 6 where they ask you if it was involved, if it was, like, damaged during shipping. So they just assume that everybody that gets car parts are absolute morons and don't know how to fix their own car and are just going to break the parts. Like, I don't know, like one of the options was, what did the questions say? It was like, when did you find out that it was broken? Was it like after you installed it, while you were trying to install it, or before, or it was obvious that it was broken before even trying to install? And I was like, yeah, it's pretty obvious that it wasn't going to work. Like there was literally no glass left on the light bulbs. It was just powder in the bottom of the box. And even the bracket that you actually mounted in there with was completely just obliterated. So I don't know. So yeah, it's pretty amusing. But then they ask you later on if it was damaged during shipping, and then the answer was, yes, of course, because it was definitely damaged during shipping. And then they ask if it was sealed with their tape, which it was, so it hadn't been tampered with. And they wanted to know if the box itself had any visible damage. And I was like, no, the box was in, perfectly fine condition. And then it's like, did you refuse the order? And it's like, well, how would I have known the part was defective if I had refused the shipment? It's like, you would think that would be a question that they would ask you if you said, yes, the box was damaged. But I answered, no, the box was not damaged. So why would I have randomly just refused the shipment for no reason? Like, outwardly, there was no way to tell that there was anything wrong with it. I mean, to be fair, even shaking it, there was so little left of the light bulbs themselves in there that even shaking it, you wouldn't have known that your light bulbs were shattered. Like, you would have had no clue because they just didn't make any noise because it was dust. But to be fair, if I, had a box that I knew had brake pads and light bulbs in it, I wouldn't shake it anyways. It's like, if they weren't broke, they probably would be after that. Yeah, flag's taken already, but no lieutenant in there. I don't know if Commander Duffy counts. Dude, if you don't get out of here, you are so fucking dead. I was like, he was so close to being splattered. Not even fun. See if this guy was actually worth it. Does he give anything worth having? Or was he just guarding a flag? Yeah, looks like we got some honor for that. He's usually dead by the time we get up here. I don't know how he didn't get pulled the first time, but... Oh, this slow sucks. I really hate that they can slow you, but you can't slow them. Like then somebody just drags them around the room and then no one can hit them. That was a halfway decent run. 2,500 and 639. Too bad.
Not wrong.
Only 36 more of these, assuming that I always get at least 2,500 honor. Hey, Anibus, thanks for stopping in. Got a 4K one last night. That's good. Yeah, you occasionally still get those. The nice ones are getting 4K in 6 minutes. Hate it when people. It's like, why has this crap become a popular thing? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I've gotten a couple like 3K-ish in the 6-minute window, 6 to 6.5 minutes. It just depends on whether or not the group that stays back to kill the lieutenants exists, and are they any good. And then it also depends on how much alliance interference that there is, because even if they're an amazing team, if they're having to spend the entire time not getting killed by the Alliance, then yeah, they're not going to be able to kill very many lieutenants. I personally like the being in the lieutenant group because I like to know that things are being done well, but unfortunately my gear doesn't support it. Like if I get attacked, I'm done. And then running on my poverty pony here, this is a bad position to be in. Kind of alone. There's fortunately a bunch of people coming in behind, which will help a little bit. Fortunately, that handful of people coming in the back probably saved me, because the Alliance, they will only pick a fight if they think they can win, which is the sad part. Like they won't actually do anything if they're outnumbered or if it's even remotely a close grouping. So since there were like 7 people coming in behind, they'd rather just wait a moment and pick off the person that's in like last place, because no one stops. Like that's the other part that I find amusing. It's like they only have like 4 or 5 alliance that will come over and mess with the tail end of the group. If we had like half the raid that just paused for like 60 seconds, wiped out the lieutenants that were there and wiped out all the stupid alliance that were there, that we would have far less problems getting these runs cleared. But there is a mathematical equation that points to the fact that just running straight in and killing the boss is the fastest way to get honor. Oh, great. Oh, he got so close to being splattered by those archers. But yeah, even like that rogue back there, it's like I can't kill that rogue alone. It's like rogues can just lock me down the whole time. So yeah, I mean the fact that the rogue went ahead and came up in behind and attacked was great, because we could take him out. But it's like I don't understand why people don't stop and kill them, because when they don't, that rogue will just take that flag back over there, and then once we go in and start fighting the boss, they'll take this one, and then they'll come in and screw with us and kill us. You know, they'll wipe us out, because it's like it only takes 1 or 2 people to really screw up a push on these bosses, especially with as tunnel visioned as most people become, and they don't even see the alliance person come in. This guy wearing. I'm in desperate need of more hit rating.
Lukta. Go with honor.
So I guess I won't take quite as many runs as I was thinking, because I forgot about being able to turn in for some honor as well.
Go forth to victory.
4.3k to finish the 3rd leg of this. And that'll have me about 80k remaining, which isn't too bad. Not a terrible amount. Starting to get a little more comfortable with Warrior now. I still want to rearrange the buttons a little bit, but raiding soon? Yeah, about an hour and a half or so. TC showed up and a cow started crying. Little sketch there. Ah, loud.
And of course, you in this room, but more importantly, you watching it all, and probably more important than that, the people who have lapsed and moved on and don't consume.
Found the PAX East a live stream. See if I can find the WoW section in there. They unfortunately don't have any timestamp breaks in it because I'm guessing it's still running live. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what time it ends. It's an 11-hour, 12-hour long video, so I'm guessing it's still running live. Poverty Patrol taking up the back end here. But yeah, I was thinking about saving up the gold to get my epic mount as soon as I hit 60. And then I was like, well, if I'm going to be doing PvP anyways, I might as well just save the gold and pick up the the exalted mount from AV from the Frostwolf, because it's like 650 gold, I think. And then I realized that the rank 11 black PvP mounts are 90 gold. So I was like, well, I guess I'm going to save for that instead. Because the 1,000 gold that I would have paid for the amount originally, only having to pay 90, will basically allow me to just purchase, pretty close to just purchase a Lionheart helm. Be a pretty massive increase right now. It'd be another 2 hit rating.
Break their bones.
See, this is kind of fun. This is way more entertaining than running in there and killing off, just killing Van. up here and clear out these towers so people can actually run back in. And I have a nice little healer helper here. That guy won't attack. He just kind of sits over there and does his own thing. I think that's something else that they should do as well. If you get a win, they should convert all the towers and stuff that are in the process of converting.
Strength and honor.
They should turn that stuff to cleared so that you get the extra. I think you get some honor for actually having those taken over. I think that would be something that would make AV a little more entertaining. I also think it would be better if they pumped some of the concept of like killing the lieutenants. I think it'd be nice if they increased the lieutenant killing honor by about 50% and then reduce the win honor by about 50%. So people would spend a little bit more time in the match seeking out and killing all those lieutenants. And that would also help the opposing team that's just losing. I mean, there's a ton of stuff that they could do to fix AV. I'm just talking about fixing it so it doesn't seem like a waste of time for one side or the other. It's like none of these fixes are necessarily good for improving AV as a PvP zone, but I think people that actually want a PvP just go do a Rathi Basin instead. Maybe some more Sun Gulch. I don't know. I'm not a fan of PvP, so I don't care either way. The only time I ever enjoyed PvP was in original Cataclysm, I believe, when the the diseaseless DKs and the Ret Holy Hybrid Paladins were as a 2s team were just like insanely broken. Yeah. Stormpike Graveyard. Horde never take that most of the time, and it ends up screwing us. It's at least nice to be in a run with somebody who understands the finer points of AV. Yeah, South Shore versus Taran Mill would be fun as well. I used to really enjoy doing South Shore Taran Mill in the early days just for shits and giggles. Like, I mean, you weren't really getting anything out of it. It was just fun to do. Sometimes it's nice to have PvP with no objective. Just like go in, kill people, push back and forth, whatever. And then when you're done, just leave. It's like, it's over then. Just leave. think it's hilarious when that pile of Alliance go and jump on top of that building. It's like, who cares about you up there? It's like, I don't even care about that graveyard personally. Like, if this is done successfully, then there's no need for any graveyard whatsoever. And if it's done unsuccessfully, that's not a graveyard that I'm really interested in. I want one of these front two. Hey, we took that graveyard this time. Like, why do you leave corpses laying on the ground? Get there. Yep, there's a rogue here. Watching that flag over there. My guess is he's down the edge of this hill somewhere, or he bugged out, one of the two.
To battle!
If these dudes are gonna stay and chill, huh? No problems D'ing up. There's a bunch of rumors flying around currently about about stuff going on with announcements. I wanted to try to get it firsthand and see exactly what was said. I have definitely learned over the years that you can't trust the majority of people out there with relaying information properly, so. That random alliance dude just sitting up there being a tool bag. And they just let that dude sit up there too instead of going up there and killing him. So it's like that. This is the kind of thing that Horde just doesn't understand on doing this content. You can't just leave Alliance to fuck with people. It's like I could be one more person in there helping kill the boss, but instead they're wiping currently. And now Alliance won because we couldn't get in there and get their shit killed. bad fucking group.
Greetings.
It's amazing how many people play, and we got 1,300 rep for that, or honor for that, for 8 or almost 9 minutes. Like, that was an absolute fucking waste of time. If I can find the information, I will. Kind of hoping one of the other big streamers would just put up a thing about it. I figured Asmongold would cover it, for example, but he's too busy worrying about India, Pakistan stuff. It's like he's less of a gamer now and more of another news outlet, which is not really necessary. Talking about that new, like, super crappy game that Destiny's making. Or not Destiny, but Bungie, sorry. Oh, I'm screwed this time. Last one out the door and on a poverty pony. There needs to be at least one other poverty pony person behind me. There might be. Like, this is the ultimate. I don't have to outrun the Alliance. I only have to outrun the slowest poverty pony. I look at it this way, though. This is just another way of farming gold. It's going to save me like 800 gold. Well, I guess 710 gold for suffering to rank 11 and buying a 90 gold mount. Yeah, I need to find the Blizzard section soon, or it's going to be raid time and I won't be able to cover it. Oh, that bear is so screwed. Bye, bear. Oh, is he gonna make it? 19 health? Oh, no, he didn't make it. Really? Now, because my health is so low and I don't have any other padding with me, I'm probably going to end up dying to the NPCs with the fucking arrows. So that one retard fucking alliance. Oh, I actually made it. Can't believe I didn't take any more shots than that. Was somebody in there killing them off or something? So fucking annoying. Like, that's the part about PvP that makes me despise it the most, is it's like, I'm only in here for PvE purposes. I don't care about PvPing in the least. I think it's a shitty system. And I only want this stuff to just be done so that I can get the gear that I need for PvE content. Which is another system that I think is absolutely retarded that Blizzard seems to like to do, which is force people that don't give a shit about PvE, are not playing this game for PvE, but you want the BIS gear? Yeah, you gotta go PvP, sorry. It's like, that's a dumb fucking system. Stop trying to goad people into going and playing PvP when they don't want to do it. Like, it is so dumb. Could you imagine how dead PvP would be if you didn't have to do it for gear? Like, I don't think hardly anyone would do it on PvE servers anymore. The first time around, I think it did pretty well, but at this point, I don't think people would really do it that much anymore. Like, the only reason that this shit's popular is because everybody wants to get rank 14 to get all the weapons and stuff. And then there's a lot of people that are PvPing currently because they just want to go harass all the sheep that are in here PvPing to try to get gear that aren't good at PvP and don't want to be good at PvP. So it's like, if they didn't have the sheep to kill and they actually had to go against other people that were good at this, I think a bunch of the people that claim that they come in here for PvPing would quit also. It's like, it's proven time and time again, the only time people want to PvP is when they have a clear advantage. They only want to win. They don't ever want to lose. So it's like, if they have a clear advantage, they'll engage. If they don't, then they just fuck off somewhere. And it's like, if that's your concept for PvP in your game, then your concept for PvP is bad. It's like, PvP does not need to exist in your game if the only time people will PvP is if they think they're guaranteed to win. And it's kind of proven here, if people actually enjoyed PvP, we wouldn't be having 6-minute games in Warsong Gulch. Or, sorry, not Warsong Gulch, but AV. That's how much I don't PvP and don't give a fuck about it. Can't even keep the zone straight.
Be safe. May your blades never dull.
To be fair, this is the first time I've ever put any serious time into PvP, and it's clearly because if you don't do it as a warrior, you're basically guaranteed to never be good DPS. And that only happens in Classic. Doesn't happen in any other version. These guys are not helping at all. I don't think you have to do it as a feral. The reason I think there is zero argument to have to do it as a feral. The reason that you have to do it as a warrior is because the average raid has like 25 warriors in it. So you're never going to get gear. As a feral druid, you could go in and collect up all of the gear. The difference between BIS gear and non-BIS gear is irrelevant. The absolute BIS gear and the next best in slot has almost zero damage difference between them. It is such a small difference that 95% of the people who play those classes aren't even good enough at the class to get that difference in damage out of them. So this whole concept about I have to have absolute BIS is fucking retarded. Like, the majority of people out there aren't good enough to actually put the BIS gear to use. It's like most of the people that are out there, they're so bad they could just go in dungeon blues and greens and they wouldn't. It's really not going to change their damage that much because they don't know how to do their rotation. Like that's the majority of damage in this game comes from your rotation. It's like the numbers are so small, it's insane. I always found it really amusing the number of hunters that were like, oh my god, I've got to get the new bow. And it's like, dude, the blue bow that you had from the blue crossbow that you get out of fucking Stratholme, it's like the difference between that and the Naxxramas bow is insignificant in the amount of damage that you do. Like if you took an absolute BIS geared hunter from Naxxramas and you just switched their bow from the Nax bow down to the blue crossbow that you get from Stratholme, you're really not going to see that much difference in their damage if they're actually good players. It's like it's an insignificant amount. But the problem with bears or cats or anything like that, you guys have no competition for the gear that you're after. It's like, you know, most druids are after what is it, like a two-handed mace or a I don't think they can use staves, or they can't use pole arms right now. They can use staves. So you have tons of options out there that you can get that there's zero competition for. You can just get it. I mean, just like you said, you had somebody that's running Blackwing Lair that wants you to come because literally no one needs their feral gear. It's like you could go and get yourself completely kitted out in one run, assuming the stuff dropped. But warriors don't have that option. When you've got 25 of them in a 40-man raid, it's like, you know, the second BIS pieces of gear that you want, you know, like most people are saying, like the axe off of Onyxia, for example, you need 2 of those axes, and most guilds haven't even seen 1 yet. So if there's 25 warriors in your raid and you're 6 months into content and you've seen 0 or 1 of those axes at that rate, it is impossible. It is mathematically impossible that all of your warriors are going to get 2 of those weapons even before the end of this content, and that's not even close to being their BIS weapon. So I mean, it's just a really good weapon. But doing it this way guarantees as a warrior that I will get the 2 best weapons in the game, and there is no guarantee that I will get any other weapon beyond what I'm wearing right now by going and raiding. It's just pure luck at that point. It's chance. So it's like, it is a huge ordeal for warriors to PvP. It is really not that big of a deal if other classes don't. Like, there's no other class that you stack so many of like a warrior in Classic. Did I get grouped with that priest again? I saw somebody that was undead run in here. That was a warrior. He said, fuck it. Damn it. Thought we were going to kill some archers again. I was going to say, they didn't even cap the damn graveyard here. But they're trying. They get it? No. You're done, dude. Stop trying.
Slay them all.
Good job. That shitter get to respawn up here? Like it. It's like we got half the raid force up here and we're not even pulling yet. This is another one of those reasons why I would like to be a hunter or a mage. It's like mages can kite this dude all day long while all the other DPS just beat on him and kill him. And then hunters can pull everything but him out of the room. And it's like, those are the two, like there's tons of hunters usually. And they're all down like fucking off in mid and not actually coming up here and doing what we need them for. Although it doesn't look like there's a lot of hunters today. Wow, yeah. Not a single hunter in this run. That's hilarious. I don't think I've seen that ever. Tons of mages, though. And yeah, to your point, in TBC, you can get some BIS gear out of there as well, but it's only 1 or 2 pieces. It's not like your full set. I mean, like BIS gear for a warrior is like more than 50% PvP gear. So out of the, what, like 16 pieces or 18 pieces of gear I have, I forget how many it is when you're dual wielding, but more than 50% of those pieces are PvP gear for warrior BIS in classic. And then when you get into like druid BIS, it's like 2 pieces. And then even then it's arguable whether or not it's like, yeah, I mean, maybe it's BIS, but I mean, you're talking about fractions of a % difference from something you could get from PvP or from PvE content.
Mokra.
Now, am I finished with the next step? Yeah, I'm on the last step now. 77.5K to go. And I can probably turn in some.
Thrall
Yeah.
Hall.
Give me just that
May
win.
your blades never dull.
Only had 1 win.
Be safe.
Oh yeah, right at 77K now. That's like it's like an afternoon or evening of PvPing. That won't be that bad to finish that up. Next week will be the bad one though, because it'll be just shy of double what I had to get this week. I'll have to get 418K. So that one's going to be the slog. So yeah, 418K next week, and then my first 500K week is going to be another AV weekend, which will be nice. So that'll go fast. And then I'll have a 500K that I have to actually painfully do, and then a 418K that I have to do, and then my final week will be another AV weekend, which that'll at least be nice. My last week will be an easy week, as long as I don't miss any points between now and then. The raid should be interesting tonight. We got a couple of people that aren't going to be there. Did get what our ZG sign up is for? Oh, it's for during the day tomorrow. Okay. That's at 5:30 my time. I haven't signed up for that. I don't know if I have actually. Nope, not yet. Jesus, look at all these warriors. We have a hunter. We have 2 hunters this time though. But that is a lot of warriors. Kind of makes me wonder if they're, well, I was going to say it makes me wonder if they're in pre-made groups, but I'm sure it's someone in the raid just organizing every hunter with a shaman. Sorry, every warrior with a shaman. That's an insane power team though. That's nuts. But this is what raids look like. I mean, this is what a 40-man raid looks like for like that, some of the high-end guilds. Just shit tons of warriors because they do so much damage. Like a lot of those teams also will do split runs, but I mean, still, when you have taken 25 warriors or 30 warriors out of a 40-man team and splitting them into 2 raid teams still means you have anywhere from 12 to 15 warriors in 1 raid team, which is still a shit ton of a single class. And it's really funny when you look at these guilds that do split runs. I was in a non-top tier guild for the first run through Classic for like half of it, and they did split runs, and they wanted everybody to have 2 characters, and it's like, you know, these guilds that are doing these insane runs and then doing split runs, they are actually really good at playing the game, and they can clear the run in an hour or 2, something like that usually. So they one night the run, and it's like, yeah, I mean, like I would be perfectly fine with running 2 characters and playing and and then just, you know, doing 2 nights, and it's like an hour each night or something like that. But the guild that we were in was not really a top tier guild, and they had a bunch of shitter players. And it's the issue that you run into is most people, when they play an alt, they're not going to be as good at the alt as they are at their main, because they don't put enough time into it. They're less less focused on it, less interested in it, and they just don't care. And then, you know, their DPS slacks because of it. Like, you know, like their DPS isn't good, or, you know, maybe they play a DPS or a tank, and then they switch to a healer, so then they're not a great healer because they're not used to, you know, knowing where everything's at and just being able to quickly do things. They're not a clutch player anymore. So then when you take a bunch of mid-tier players and then you get them to roll alts, I mean, just imagine how bad they are at their alts in general. It's a lot of PvP back there, and only one horde guy, so they can do that one on their own. But God, excuse me. Allergies are in my ass right now. But yeah, like really putting your focus into one class is what you should be doing. It's like, I really don't like the concept that WoW pushes having alts so much. It's like back when I played EverQuest, there was so much raiding content in the game that I only had time to main one character and actually like get gear for it and make sure it was ready for raids. It's like, I just didn't have enough time to play to be able to have more than one main. And, you know, so I had alts, but they were like crafting alts and shit. It's like, yeah, maybe I leveled them up to cap. Half of them didn't even make it to level cap because your skill gains were not limited by your level, which is another thing that I think is horrendous that WoW does. It's like, why can't I just have a crafting alt that doesn't ever need to go out and gain XP? Like, why is that a thing? Like, why can't I just farm shit on one character and then give it to my alt and then just let that alt level up trade skills? Or even better yet, which is something that EverQuest learned later in its time period as well, just let one character have every single trade skill. Or at the very least, let one character have multiple harvesting skills. It's like, that's the other one that drives me nuts as well. Is it's like, there's so many trade skills that require multiple harvesting skills in order to be able to do their trade. Like, you know, like smithing, for example, requires blacksmithing and leather working. So it's like there's, you know, like you need leathers to make some of the, you know, the various armors and stuff like that that you make, or, you know, you may need certain types of cloth, so you may need a tailor in order to be able to do it. And it's like, All right, I'm down to 74k. That was another like almost 3k run in 636, which isn't too bad. So I may take a small break from there and see if I can find these announcements and then all that kind of good stuff. But before that, I'm gonna take like an actual break. So I'm gonna run some little commercial ads for Twitch, and we'll just have a nice away screen for those of you in YouTube. But I will be back in probably 3 minutes, 4 minutes, something like that. All right, guys, I'm back, and I was able to find the video here. I'm just gonna play the sound because it's basically just two people talking. So I'm gonna drop the music for this here. Just mute it out for the moment. I'm just gonna play this in the background while I'm PvPing. I'll turn the game sound down. We're talking. There we go.
Hello, everyone.
Buddy.
But able to hear that okay, or is it too low?
Welcome to our panel on the evolution of Azeroth. I'm Randy Jordan, a community manager with the Warcraft team. I started playing World of Warcraft 20 years ago, and I joined Blizzard 6 years after that. I want you
Can
to
hear
meet
it well?
my
Okay.
coworkers, starting with Paul.
You start with me. My name is Paul Cubitt. Nice to meet everybody. I am Associate Game Director on World of Warcraft, working on the Midnight expansion. You can see a younger
going on with
picture of
that?
me right behind me here.
Or if that was part of the original video.
So due to the fact I've been working on this game for close to 20 years now. I started in 2006. Hope you can all hear me. Test 1, 2.
Oh, it sounds like his mic is a problem. Okay.
Test 1, 2. All right. Perfect.
Yeah, you just gotta touch it. Just fiddle it.
Yeah, his mic was cutting out.
been
I was
working
like,
on
is
the
that
game,
me, or what the
since
hell's going on here?
Roughly when we were working on Courage, I started in game testing as a QA tester.
So I'm going to pause this real quick, just for those of you. This is the PAX East announcements for evolving Azeroth today. So it's going to cover a whole lot of content. It's an hour long, so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to do the whole thing. I hope to at least hit the anniversary part of it. So I've got to get into. I mean, I guess technically I could leave it going while I'm reading as well, but I'll have Discord making noise in the background also. But yeah, here we go.
And worked my way onto quest design. Did that for a long time, worked on all parts of the game, and now, yeah, working on making cool stuff at Midnight. Yeah, nice to meet you.
I'll jump right in next. Hey, everybody. My name is Jeremy Fiesel. I haven't been here for the 20 years that Paul has. I just celebrated my 15-year anniversary at World of Warcraft, and got my cool little blue ring. I had originally started as an encounter designer. One of the first things I made was the crazy boss fight Illustrator, which was modeled after a lot of fun SNES flying games. I have done many fun things since then. After that, I went on to my favorite thing, which was anything fuzzy and cute. I worked on battle pets for a really long time. I worked on hunter pets. I worked on mounts. Added a couple of secrets to the game, and nowadays I help head up the live services vertical on WoW. We add a lot of stuff that's in the patches between the patches.
The patches between the patches.
And I've got 181K so far.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well.
Great. Hi,
Almost
I'm Maria
done, though.
Hamilton. I'm the Associate Design Director on WoW. I actually played early on in the beta, so I've played the whole time. I love the game. And I've only been with the team for a little over 5 years. I just got my sword, in fact. So they do arm us at 5 years, which is nice. We get mugs earlier on for the, well, anyway.
Well, Blizzard's going to become the
I
next
started off on
postal
the
service
quest
at this
team,
rate.
and I made
Give them weapons if
variety
they're
of
5
different
years.
quests. But one of my favorite things I made was Dead Blanchy, the mount. I had a lot of fun thinking through how that would play out and work and make sense. And I'm responsible for sort of the world, what we do in the world, the quests, the narrative, and sort of how everything plays out.
So she's responsible for
in
another
our
turtle makes it to the water. Fuck you.
That leaves me.
Yeah.
My name is Jesse Kurlanchik. I'm not an associate. I am not a director. I am one of the principal designers on WoW, and I lead up housing. I have... I've only been on the WoW team for 3 years, but I played WoW longer than anybody up here, since the technical friends and family alpha. I used to be very, very hardcore. Now I'm very dad. And so.
And he says
right.
between every point.
So let's go back to the beginning. Thinking back on the beginnings of World of Warcraft in 2004, how did the development team envision the living world of Azeroth growing and evolving?
Yeah, I could take this. So we've been thinking about Azeroth as a living world for since the beginning, and a living world can kind of mean a lot of different things. I think like first it means the world is changing, and that can be from like a minute to minute, hour to hour basis when you're looking at things that were in the very first version of the game, like rare mobs or treasure chests, variation in the space that it wasn't always predictable. Day to day, the mere existence of a day-night cycle sort of makes the world feel a little bit more alive when you log in Elwyn at nighttime, and it's darker than when you were in earlier that day. It feels alive. And then of course the game can vary from week to week, month to month, year to year, as we go through the seasons, and we have things like world events and holidays. We had a team at the very beginning called the World Events team, which is just a group of 3 intrepid designers who were entirely in charge of building things like holidays. They built all the first Winter Veil and Hallow's End and things like that, moving on to Brewfest later on in Burning Crusade and so on. But also just populating the cities and the spaces and making it feel like the world was alive. So that's sort of like the first way that the world is a living world. Second is how it's sort of evolving and the story progresses over time. In that first, before we got to BC, I think we had 13 patches. It got to like 1.13. There was all sorts of things, just like the story advancing over time with the addition of things like new dungeons, new adventuring areas, new quest lines, raids, all getting added in over time, sort of figuring out how we were going to progress the story. And of course, that continued into later expansions as the story moved further and further. And last is just having players in the world and the gameplay changing. The mere existence of y'all, if you play World of Warcraft, makes the world, sort of vibrant and variant from, play session to play session and day to day.
I think even more again, you all have changed in the past 20 years. We used to be on Ventrilo and TeamSpeak. Now we're on Discord. We used to be on the forums. Now we're on Discord. Twitch wasn't a thing. YouTube was barely a thing. And so the way people play WoW has changed pretty drastically over the past 20 years as well.
Yeah, I thought it was funny how the other guy felt the need to correct that.
That are instigated by the players. So, for example, I like to think back on the Terran Mill versus South Shore battles that would take place over and over for months in some cases.
It's because it was
fun.
I
always wonder, where was the development team's head at with that? Was that a surprise? Was it something that really gave the team a different look at how the game was going?
I like to say that this was intentional, and it very well might have been early on that someone decided that the positioning of Terran Mill and South Shore, these two Horde and then Alliance places, were perfectly positioned for world PvP to occur. But I got to imagine this was mostly emergent, that players were sort of discovering that this was a fun place to fight in general, and they found other places in Stranglethorn Vale and elsewhere where you could just sort of have fun interactions with one another. And that sort of emergent gameplay are things that we play off of in later designs when we build versions of Terran Mill and South Shore in Cataclysm and beyond to even further encourage things like that and to build future PvP. PvP is a space where we do a lot of ideation based on the way that we see people interacting and players interacting in the real world. Or not the real world, but the outdoor world. It feels like the real world sometimes.
My memory of the Encourage event for me and my guild was one of being on a boat in Menethil Harbor for the entire event. And I recognize now that gave the design team something to chew on and something to improve against.
So were you on a boat because you were trying to get there, or because you were trying to stay as far away from the ruckus
Probably
as
because
possible?
it kept crashing.
I actually wanted to be there. I wasn't very lucky.
Yeah. So the Encourage event was sort of the culmination of us, again, building and trying to build a living world, a space where it felt like, the players were working together, acting together, this enormous war event. For those of you who weren't there or aren't familiar, this was an event where huge groups of players were gathering wolf pelts, and the Alliance needed Peace Bloom, and the Horde needed this, and we would all gather materials together, and then groups would choose champions, and you'd go through a difficult series of quests before one person on every server could ring the gong to open up this raid for
They're not
for
really
their
showing
server,
much,
and it was this sort
to be
of
honest.
huge epic moment that's really defined a lot of the way that we've designed public events later, and really been instrumental in figuring out how we can build this living world. It didn't come without consequences, as Randy said. He was stuck on a boat because it was a lot of these events had brought so many players that it just brought the server to its knees. But I think we've learned lessons over then. I mean, we have since repeated this in WoW Cataclysm, in WoW Classic to greater success in terms of we were able to get more players in, and the servers were not brought to their knees quite, at least to the level that they were in the
all
first
the new
iteration.
people.
And of course, we have tools like just better server engineering in general and lessons we've learned, but also things like sharding to be able to make sure that when player populations do get to a point where there's so many people that you're not having a fun experience anymore, then we can split them out into two, and then everybody continues to have fun.
So at some point after the launch of original WoW, the team starts working on the first expansion. Tell me from a design standpoint, what does that mean in terms of getting to do some things that maybe you didn't get to do originally, or build on some things that you learned about after the launch of original WoW?
Yeah, so for, did I lose sound again? Test one.
There you go.
Okay. I'll sit forward like this, and then hopefully it won't happen again. Early on, when we're making BC, we sort of discovered that players were identifying in sort of different groups. The WoW player base is not monolithic. There are people who enjoy raiding. There are people who enjoy PvP. There are people who enjoy questing. Of course, there's people who enjoy everything, but that is not true of every single person, and some groups might prefer one thing over the other. For those who like questing, like myself included, Dad Mode Jesse now included as well, that you could run out of quests in Classic. It was sort of, you could complete everything, and then if you wanted to do sort of solo gameplay at that point, well, you were sort of limited to professional.
Ellen and I showed that you could run out of quests and not even be 60.
So Enter Daily Quest is sort of our first stab at building a questing game to satisfy that sort of player mindset who wants to just do questing, but you will never run out of. And so we started with the Ogres of Ogrila. We had the Arakoa of Skedis as these areas. The Ethereals are also in Blade's Edge Mountains.
You mean the daily quests?
And built daily quests for them so that you could come back day after day and continue to play questing.
Yeah, because
this was
people
also
love that
done
so
in
much.
a way that we wanted to make sure that the world felt alive. It wasn't static. That at least we would rotate through different quests on a daily basis, so you wouldn't know quite what to expect as you climbed the ranks.
They didn't rotate
not only
through
would
anything.
you have new quests available to you from those ogres of Ogrila, but also they might refer to you a little bit more reverentially as you became revered and exalted and so on. We also started learning lessons at this point on what it meant to build repeatable content like this. One of my favorite stories, I was working at, you heard me mention, I worked in QA at the time, dealing with bugs. And we started to deal with new types of bugs that had to do with people running the same quest multiple times in a row. In Blade's Edge Mountains, some of you oldies like us might remember there was a quest where it was a bombing run quest, but it was sort of different than ones you do now, where you had to bomb a couple Legion cannons and things like that, and piles of munitions in the areas of Blade's Edge Mountains. And the cannons would fire back at you. The bug we found was that those areas would get really laggy on Sunday and Monday, and the first week we weren't sure exactly why. And then it happened again the next Sunday and Monday, and the reason why is because anytime one of those things shot a bullet at you, it would summon a little invisible creature. We call it a bunny up in the sky, and they weren't despawning. And so after so many people ran this quest, day after day, the sky would get full of bunnies, and there'd be 100,000 bunnies in there, and again, servers brought to their knees. We fixed that, but this was sort of the types of lessons we were learning as we were building a living world and building this new type of content, which didn't exist in Classic. We didn't have that type of bug.
I got to be king of the ogres. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I also really, really enjoyed the Netherwing Ledge. More than just having the booterang and beating on peons, there was such a sense of reaching a goal, and that goal was a flying mount. And of course, flying was the big step at this point in WoW. The big step forward for gameplay was being able to get on your mount and fly. Did you fly, Jesse?
Absolutely. I was the first person on my server to fly.
You were the first
Because
flyer?
again, hardcore as a child.
Right on.
In my 20s. No, I think flying, as a player back then, was groundbreaking. There was not the norm that you could fly in an RPG, that you could fly over places that you had previously only seen from the ground. I don't envy the artists and world builders who had to go in and make it so that things had textures on their tops.
So we didn't used to build the tops of buildings until you could fly.
Or the content designers who had to now fill in space with the expectation that players are just going to, I'm just going to leapfrog that. I have no interest. But it was fantastic. I think as a player, seeing the world from that view really gave me this like sense of awe and inspiration, and wanted to explore over and over and over again.
Right on. So, going into Wrath of the Lich King, we now have a sense that this game receives expansions. It is going to continue to grow and evolve for who knows how long. Tell us a little bit about what it was like finding new things to implement to the game, and realizing how new technologies would allow us to do more in WoW.
So back after we had built Classic and Burning Crusade, I think one of the things we self-reflected on the most is the world didn't change with you, that you could do these awesome things, kill dragons, unite peoples and whatnot, but the world always stayed static. And that was necessary because everybody's living in the same world, and the world can't change for you but not for them. So we wanted to build tech to be able to do that, and we built something called phasing. Which is something which, if you're not familiar, I think a lot of you, if you play World of Warcraft, might be. But this is basically one player can do something, and then the world will change. As part of a storyline, Booty Bay might come under siege by pirates, and that player sees Booty Bay under siege by pirates. But other people who haven't completed that storyline don't. And this is a really useful technology, but it's also it's something we actually continue to work with today, and have developed better tech for in later expansions.
Yeah, we use phasing an awful lot because it's really effective for showing progression. Individual player progression.
Yeah, not going to mess with trying to get the browser up here.
A big group thing that's happening.
I have a screen capture. I can put it like literally on the screen, but that would be super annoying.
Of what you can see. But it has some issues with it also that we have to consider
Actually, it
when
wouldn't
we're
even stay up
because
once I clicked in the game again, it would go behind.
You might not see your friend, and so you said, "Hey, I'll meet you at the such and such place," and then your friend, you don't see them, and they don't see the same thing you see. So when you say, "Oh, I'm standing over by the big ogre,"
get that set up in the future, and then just keep it turned off, and then that way I can turn it on if I need it for something.
So one of the downsides of phasing is that it separates people. It makes it such that it may look like some place is empty when it's actually full of other people, but they're in another phase. So now we're very careful when we phase, when we choose to phase. And also, we have implemented party sync. If you're not familiar with it or you haven't tried it, you want to help your friend who's maybe behind you in the story, you party sync up, and now you'll see the same things that they're seeing. So very, very useful tool, but also can be detrimental to that feeling of being in a world if you're too separated from other people.
Yeah, I'll say we phased a lot of that when it came out in Lich King, because it was a new tool and we were figuring it out, and then as we sort of progressed, realized that phasing is a story sledgehammer. It is super powerful for telling story, having the world change around you, but that doesn't come without consequences. And this has been sort of a repeated pattern, I think, as you see designers on the team excited about new technology, and they implement it in the first, sometimes a scrappy way, and then we'll iterate it over time.
Gave us the water slide in Grizzly Hills.
That's right. Yeah.
What could be better? So the biggest phasing that I can think of that came along was actually done by Deathwing himself.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
A major change to the landscape. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I think this is continuing this line of thought. If we want to see the world changing, the big idea for Cataclysm was, what if we changed everything? What if when Deathwing came out of the earth, it changed so much that entire quest lines changed, entire zones changed. The tops of the mountains in Badlands are sheared off, and the Barrens is split into two with a big river of lava in the middle, and so on. And along with that, the quest lines changed. If you go to a lot of those Cataclysm-affected zones, you'll see the story is Deathwing just came out of the earth. We learned a lot of lessons in doing that. One, it was a lot of work to do to rebuild all those zones, and a lot of them were done really quickly. Again, I mentioned scrappily before. We did built those zones really quickly, but also some players weren't as happy about the changes. You know, the changes we'd made to zones were done with good intentions of looking at classic quest lines and saying these don't really match our philosophies anymore. Sometimes a quest might send you all the way to another zone, and then you come back, and then you get 15 silver and nothing else, and that's it. And so we wanted to build quests that are more in the at the time the modern sensibility of, you know, like, let's build these into campaigns, into storylines that have beginnings, middles, and ends. And you see that with the Cataclysm affected zones. For players who were disappointed by that and saw that, like, well, I kind of can't go back to before, I can't play the Classic as I remember, I think this was one of those instigating moments which ended up having us make WoW Classic. So you can go back and you can play WoW Classic in the way that you remember it.
You made WoW
And a lot of
Classic
players,
because
I'm
Classic
sure many
was
of
good
yourselves
and retail
included,
sucked.
you know,
That's
do
why you
prefer
made
to
it.
play that way, and it's great that you can.
It seems like Mists of Pandaria is also a little reflective of what you were just talking about. There's a condensation.
It's hilarious how they're
of
so
everything.
disconnected
When
from
you
their
talk to
player
players
base.
about
They don't even know
their
why
memories
people
of
like
Mists of
Classic.
Pandaria, it's very cozy, it's very tight-knit, and that feels to me like that was the intention of the design team. What do you think?
I totally agree. Yeah, I would say that Mists is sort of where things started to coalesce a little bit. That they started to, like, we started playing with the tools that we had been working with the daily quests and weeklies and phasing and learning those lessons, taking the big experiments and building them a little bit more in a considered way. That living world of Mists of Pandaria really felt like it was there. That the daily quests that you were doing weren't always going to the same place, but you could be going to the Celestial Temple in the north one day and the south the other day, or you could be helping out the Shadow Pen with something based on your actual, you know, playing your class and fighting. But another time you might be helping the Anglers or the Tillers of Half Hill and like doing something which is a little bit more domestic. Maybe that's, you know, sort of the early stages of what ended up becoming housing, or at least those that style of playing WoW. I could very much see a connection from that to what we're looking at doing in Midnight.
The farm is one of the greatest things that's ever been in WoW. That's what I'm saying. The farm was simply awesome.
Yeah.
So this takes us to one of the biggest steps that WoW ever took in Legion. The updates to world content and end game content. With these things, new life was breathed into this world. What was the development approach going into Legion?
So, like Paul was mentioning, I think by the time we got to Mists of Pandaria, it was feeling like we had a really well-polished version of a lot of the core elements of World of Warcraft. You had cool rare spawns popping up, you had fun dungeons and raids, you had the introduction of challenge mode to help continue to challenge that audience, so the team is still experimenting and doing fun stuff in that space. You have the cozy farm, like you mentioned. We have also gone back to, as we developed future expansions, the original design documents for the reputations of Mists of Pandaria. Because it had one of the coolest breakdowns, originally prior to any work being done, of how the reputation, what their vibe would be, what they would be all about. So you'd have this cool, what was now kind of an ancient Microsoft Word document with weird formatting that was like the Tillers, and they're all about these particular professions, and this is what their whole vibe is, and here's where they live. And when we went back in future expansions like Dragonflight, that was one of the things we looked back on, was that document when we were designing Renown. So if you consider MOP kind of the end of Era 1, where a lot of that core WoW stuff is feeling pretty good and pretty polished, the next step for us was look across the whole world and see what other new potential areas do we have to explore. What other experiments can we do? One of those areas was, like you mentioned, was world quests. We wanted to get out of that space of everything is on specific timers and has specific rewards, and it's always the same, because that was starting to feel like, hey, it's always feeling daily, it's always feeling weekly, it's starting to feel a little bit like a chore. What if, instead, the world itself started to populate a lot of the content? And not only that, but then the reputation and the rewards would be slightly different on a weekly basis. And let's get out of the space of things happening every day and instead have things happen every 4 hours and 6 hours and 3.5 days, and really kind of mess with expectations in a way that made the world really feel significantly more alive. And then you start layering all of the many systems of Legion on top of that, and how they can add a little bit of that randomness and a little bit of that spice to your day. For example, adding the emissary system, where you not only could do a whole bunch of world quests and get an awesome reward and potentially get a legendary from it as well, and that would completely change up what your week was going to be like. But also, we came up with this concept that we were calling capacitance at the time, where you didn't have to log in and do all of your emissaries every time they were up, or all of your world quests every time they were up. They would start to build up over time, which is another way for us to make it feel like, hey, the world is changing when you're not there, so that when you log in, it's going to feel significantly different. And then, of course, the team, throughout this time is also experimenting with tons of new content. This was our first time really taking our foray into special secret content and having this extra layer of what was, we tried to make undata mineable, and that was a real back and forth with the community for quite some time. But exactly how do we hide secret content when they know everything about our game? But with all the secrets of Azeroth that we included in, like, the Lucid Nightmare puzzle or the Kazumoth the Hungering.
Yes. What was the first secret?
The very first secret? Well, the very first secret we did in kind of the modern Legion era, this might have actually preceded Legion. It had this idea for, what if we just hid something? Just something off in some corner, right?
Okay.
So we added this little Murloc egg, which was in Northrend. And it's in a cave.
I remember. It's like you have to go out in the ocean.
You have to go out in the ocean. Nobody would go out there. So my thought process at the time was like, yeah, just stick this in. Like, it's cool. Like, nobody will know there's this thing out there. If you go to the pet journal, it says this exists. And that started, the forum threads that were like, does anybody know where to get this pet? This seems like a cool pet. It's a Murloc. And the community found it. And then there was this neat article about it. And then there was forum posts about it. And suddenly there's this interest in, hey, the devs are actually able to add stuff we don't know about. And then, of course, that got me thinking, like, yeah, well, neat. Like, how do I do more of this?
A couple of months ago, I was asked to summarize the WoW community on Discord. And it was so fun to go look at the different Discords. And the secret finding Discord is huge. And they're so energetic. And they're having so much, even when they're not working on a secret, they're having so much fun. Something else in Legion, which I feel like ties back to this personal, cozy approach, like we saw in the Half Hill Farm, class halls. The team somehow made a dozen class halls, and they were different. They weren't just the same thing for a different class with some different colors. Tell me about that.
You say somehow, and that's good production processing. That is how.
From my perspective, it looks like magic.
That's how you make 30+ artifact lines at the same time, too.
30+.
Well, I think, that gets back to what Paul was talking about how to make the world feel like it's a living space, right? And there's a couple of different ways I think that Artifact accomplished that. One of them was we couldn't cram all the Artifact quest lines just into the Broken Isles, because there was a lot of Artifact quest lines, and somebody would have had their Artifact quest line just hanging out with Murlocs up in a corner. Like, there just wasn't enough space. So the team had this idea of like, hey, let's go back to all of these older spaces in World of Warcraft and not cataclysm them all, but revisit some of the storylines of things like Subchapel and some of our favorite characters back then. And this is sort of a new way for the team to think about reusing a lot of those older spaces in a new way that told the next chapter of their storyline. And that changed up dozens of the areas of older World of Warcraft. But then, like you mentioned, there's also the idea that, hey, we're going more in depth into what your class is and who they hang out with and who their minions are and what their whole vibe is. And the class halls, I think, accomplished that really well in a way that we hadn't ever gone into in World of Warcraft before. You had some class quests prior to this, but there really was no idea of this is your space and you're going to hang out with other mages and you're going to do mage stuff. I play a mage. So, and that's going to be cool and awesome. You're going to get a special set for it, and you're going to get your own minions for it and everything. Like, we really went deep into that lore of each individual class that I think it helped make each class feel deeper in the overall world as well.
It made the world feel more alive too, because like if you were a mage and you saw someone else was doing other priest stuff and someone else is doing other warrior stuff, it makes the world feel bigger. It makes the world feel like it's not just on rails for everybody, but you have your own adventure that you're going on through.
And you didn't get to do that stuff. Yeah, you got to see somebody else doing something crazy and being like, what are they doing? Now I want to play a warlock.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you in Deadwind Pass?
I never thought of playing a warrior until I saw how they exited their class hall. That's very, very exciting. And I got a fishing pole.
The Underlight Angler, that's right.
Yes. Who do I have to thank for that?
The professions team.
Okay, we'll say the professions team.
Yes.
But it's just a very interesting thing that it wasn't a conclusion. When the artifacts were all made and working and implemented, that we could still do something more. Have that artifact fishing pole and give players a reason to come together so much as they did in Legion. So now that we've had some time to reflect on it, Dragonflight really represents a major turning point for World of Warcraft. Tell us about some of the big additions in Dragonflight.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to speak about Dragonflight. I quite love it. So we were given enormous maps. So the world building team just made these massive, massive maps for us. And it fit really well with our themes, which was primarily about discovery and exploration. We're returning to the homeland of the dragons. We need to look everywhere and find all the things. And this led us to this decision to build a lot of smaller activities that you could find in nooks and crannies. We hid things everywhere. So those could be things like you fly to the super high peak and plant a banner for the Dragon Scale expedition. Or you see some loose dirt, and so you use a shovel and dig there, and oh, you got something cool. So small things like that, but bigger things too. For example, you could go hunting with the centaur of the Unaran Plains and sort of see what their culture was and learn more about how they valued their hunting dogs and their hunting hawks, right? But the one that most people talk about most of the time, of course, is making soup with the Tuskar. And I'm gonna turn that over to the chef here, and he can explain what he did.
Well, first, can I get a yes, chef, from the audience? Yes, chef! All right, thank you.
Why is it doing dream size?
Yeah, lucky to
what the fuck
be asked
is
to work
wrong
on
with
the
this game?
folks who were building the community feast event, which is what we sort of call Tuskar soup informally.
This game is so completely fucked.
We'd been working with the culture of the Ascara.
He's got this
for a
same named
while,
character on both servers, and it's trying to send a message to a server that I'm not even fucking
we want a big
on.
event where you make soup.
God, this game is
we
so
had a couple
busted.
early designs, but like the idea we got most excited about was this character who sat at the pot and was giving everybody different directions. Of you go get salt, and you go get one kind of fish, and you get another kind of fish, and you come over here and help stir the pot.
Man.
And the way we were able to implement that was
I literally
scenarios.
cannot send him a
Scenarios
fucking
is
message.
Some tech that we have to sort of tell a shared story in the outdoor world. Usually it's sort of a long linear story or a multi-stage linear story. But again, being scrappy and using the tools that we had available, we said, what if we made 60 different scenarios though? And then the fish one was one scenario, and this fish one was a different one, and stirring the pot was a third. And then some scripts behind the scene were saying, okay, make sure we don't give two people the same one and mix it around. And it worked, and it was fun. It was a different sort of way of playing. It was a little bit hectic, and players were encouraged to have big groups because the bigger group that you had, the better the soup was, the closer it got to getting to legendary quality. Of course, that also came with like a couple early bugs we worked out early on, but that sort of proof of concept was something we built later on into scenarios where we can make multi-step scenarios, which is one single scenario which can have different people on different steps, and that's tech that we used for later iterations of the same style of gameplay, like you see in Time Rifts or in the theater troupe that's currently going on in Isle of Dorn right now.
Yeah, I went and got my supervisor title right away. That was really important to me that I had supervisor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, also with these giant maps, it seemed important to us that we do some stuff with flying. So we brought about the dynamic flight, then called dragon riding, now called sky riding. And this gave us the ability to add momentum and moment-to-moment gameplay to traversing our world, which was quite large. And so that extra speed was very useful,
flying
very
thing in the
helpful
game.
to
It was
players
called
as they were
flying.
exploring the nooks and crannies and trying to find the cool secrets that were hidden. There were some things to learn there too, of course. Some players, turns out, get sick if they have to deal with momentum. The motion sickness was problematic for a number of our players, so we looked at accessibility options. We're trying really hard to look at accessibility and make sure that all the players can play. So our first effort was, of course, you could ride along
flying
with a
in a
friend.
non-VR
You could
environment?
just be a little cute little hatchling, and you would fly along with your friend. You didn't even have to look.
It's like,
And that way there was none of that going on, right?
I mean,
also in
like,
questing,
I could
we
understand
had
people
quests
getting
where
motion
we
sickness
needed
from
you to
just playing the
maneuver in
game,
particular ways that
but it's
might
like,
make
how
you
is it
ill,
only
and so
from
we
flying?
had alternate versions where you could say, you know what, why don't you do the flying for me, and I'm just gonna, you know, step away for a minute or something. So we were looking at that as well, but this ability to build
No, I
quests
totally get that.
with
Like
this
I get
flight
that
method
part.
in mind meant that we could end objectives
But
way
it's like
up high, and then you
flying
would have
in the
this
game and walking in the
amazing
game are the
swoop
same
as
basic
you
concept.
went to the next objective.
It's like your
It meant
character
that
is moving and
we
you
knew
are
that
not.
You wouldn't
It's
necessarily,
like I can understand
battle
that.
things in between.
It's like
so
first
we had to
person
make
has a lot
sure
more
that when
shit
you
going
arrived at your
on,
next
and it's the whole
destination,
screen.
There was something cool to do there. You weren't essentially skipping
It's like,
the
but
content.
moving in the game is moving.
But it also let us make new kinds of quests. Quests where you could do the races and go on a crazy race through the sky and try to beat the timer. And we could do ones where you banged into things, and we could move it into dungeons. We could use it in raids. So it was a new opportunity for us, a new type of quest, in addition to just being really fun. And since you talked about flying before, why don't you tell me about how it felt now?
I'd love to tell you how I feel about flying. No, I think it you know, per the panel, evolved your relationship to the world in a very unexpected way.
I don't know. I don't see it
jumping off
personally.
Valdrakken and
Doesn't make
soaring
sense to me.
down the side of a cliff, hitting the river.
It's like
and
the
then
first
just
person thing I
spinning
can
off
get
of it,
because it makes your
going through the
screen kind of like
canyons.
move in and out over and
was
over
really
every time your
invigorating.
character swings.
But at the
It's like
same
a
time,
weird
it was
sensation.
very, very peaceful.
But I see
was,
no
like,
difference
in the
between
world, the
on
wind
this
is going by
flying,
my hair,
like on this mount
and,
flying
I
right
got to
now
appreciate
and being on
once
the
again
ground
a
running.
different view of
It's like you go
Azeroth.
up hills, you go down hills.
you know,
It's like I
being
don't see the
able to
difference. Like I don't
feel
understand
that-
how someone could get
that way
it's like
about a game. I think it's
motion sickness from
really
doing
why we play and
essentially
make
the same
games.
thing.
You
Unless
know,
they got
emotional,
motion
as we
sickness
talked
in
about.
both places, and then it makes sense.
I think it was a fantastic addition.
I want to throw in, this sort of changed the way that I play zones now as well. Before, I'm a quester. I love playing through the questing story, but now that we have those skywriting glyphs, anytime I get to a new zone, I got to imagine I'm not the only one. The first thing I do is like, I got to go explore this whole place and see if I can find all these things, and then I'll go to the story afterwards. But like, it sort of changes your relationship with the world.
How did skywriting affect secret building?
Well, secret building has always been about the best way to hide things in plain sight. So it certainly made it faster for the community to get from point A to point B around the world. But many secrets are 5 or 6 layers deeper than just getting between point A and point B right now. That was the original design between, with some of those original Chronicle secrets, though, was the idea that, hey, it would be difficult for the community to find these things that are hidden in 6 spots around, 20 years of game world. When you have a community that large looking for secrets, it is not difficult.
Sure, but did you ever get the sense that a secret was a little too secret?
I think if there was one that was a little bit too hard, it was probably the Jennifer secret, because the mental leap you had to take between what was shown in-game and the puzzle in the head of the designer was enough to keep them busy for 11 months.
11 months?
11 months.
I don't remember it being that long. Wow.
So less than a year.
Yeah, less than.
They made
That's
it.
pretty good.
That's great. So I want to talk a little bit about roadmaps, because as both a player and part of a communications team, roadmaps
I really hate this stupid
help
costume.
me.
Like, why
They
can't you
speak
put
to
it
me.
on outside the fucking
From
zone?
a design perspective, what do roadmaps
These developers
allow
just
us
don't
to
understand
do?
anything
This
about
is the time
making
frame when
games
we're
not
starting to be
stupid
able
anymore.
to really predict for the
Jesus.
players what's coming over the next year.
Yeah, I can actually hear the emotion in your voice as
Yes.
a community manager liking
Yes.
roadmaps.
Yes, I do.
Well, of course, we committed to a cadence, and we committed to specific things happening in those cadence, at that cadence, sorry. And, by presenting this, we gave hints and tips, allowed for a lot of speculation. But what we promised was that we would deliver in a steady way, right? It was a predictable release, steady way, on PTR, when expected. And I'm very proud that we've held to that. We've hit it every time.
This game.
So super proud of us for that. For the story, it's been wonderful. I too am a fan, because it allows us to plot out and figure out what's going to happen. So for something like the World Soul Saga, where we have a lot of story to tell over a lengthy period of time, we can build out. We actually have a Miro, which is a tool we use to basically map out everything and move things around. And it's like, who's going to die next? And this is great, right? I'm going to have a good time with this. No, we don't do the dying. Well, we do the dying a little, but yeah, so we can move things around, figure out like what we want to have happen where and why and how that all ties into the story. It gives us great opportunity to pace things and ramp things up. We get to make prologues for things and epilogues for other things. The Kirin Tor epilogue, for example, we were really looking forward to getting in there. So this steady cadence helps us as well, because it helps us think through very carefully where we want to place things. And yeah, I like it too.
Good.
They can't even get their error messages
else on
correctly.
that?
It's telling me I didn't have the
Yep.
item to trade in when the actual problem was I didn't have a
biggest
free
turning
inventory
point
space.
in the history of WoW
This game.
was when Chris Metzen at BlizzCon 2023 announced the World Soul Saga. Take me back to the concepting and the iteration that led up to that.
Yeah, I think Chris has mentioned it before, but essentially we were working on ideas for the expansion, the expansion that was coming after Dragonflight, and we had a big story in mind, and his thinking was it's just too big. It's never going to fit in one expansion. Let's really bring back all the people they expect to see. It's the 20th anniversary. We got to knock it out of the park. Let's do a trilogy. And we all went, a trilogy? Huh. All right. Let's see what that looks like. And like I said, we pulled out our sharing tool and started putting stickies all over and went, oh yeah, this could work. This will be good. Yeah, we can bring back all sorts of people. Spoilers-ish.
Yes, please.
And we can really build this up into something to celebrate. This bringing the final sort of like.
I wish they would have just had the
what happens
classic
with all of
part
these
in
people's
one
threads
section.
and what's going on, and
like
just
this is
really,
not really useful information.
doing the 20 years justice. So
no one cares about retail.
It was initially a little bit like, ooh, that sounds like a lot. But then, yeah. I mean, we're working on all three of them simultaneously. We have teams working on all of them, and I just played through second passes of the campaign for Midnight. So we're doing great, which is cool. So a ways to go yet, I'm afraid, but
still a long way to go. Yeah, one of the cool things about working in a trilogy like this, though, is typically we've told encapsulated stories within the scope of an expansion, which is a number 0.0, number 0.1, number 0.2, and it sort of has a beginning, middle, and end. This has a lot more. There's a lot more places where you can put story, and it means we get to go to a lot more interesting places. We get to go to unexpected places. The very first diversion off of the Isle of Dorn and it's Khaz-Algar, et cetera, was to go to Undermine, and it's exciting to think about where we're going to go next as the story's kind of dealing around the Void and the World Soul and everything continues to unfold.
And during this development of the World Soul Saga, the team has also been producing entirely new ways to get into the living world. What does WoW Remix Mists of Pandaria mean for you?
Well, I mean, to the point that Maria was making about how the roadmap and having this consistent content cadence gives us great opportunities for adding a ton of new story content. Hey, it also gives us great opportunities for adding a ton of new interesting experiments, which we did all throughout Dragonflight. Everything from the revamped Secrets of Azeroth to the follower dungeons. Those were all little experiments that we were doing. And at the end of Dragonflight, we knew we wanted to take a couple of big swings on the experimental side of things. One of them was experimenting with reusing WoW content. And this was really, like, MOP Remix was really the combination of two different separate ideas that came together like a delicious cookie. One of them was, hey, can we expand upon time walking? At the time, we were doing things like turbulent timeways for the first time and finding that to be something that people were really enjoying.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a tiny little break before this raid starts. I will be back in like minutes. All right, guys, we're back. Video going.
Enjoying, and we've continued updating Turbulent Timeways ever since then. But then we were asking ourselves, what is the most effective way to relive, say, a whole zone? Should we do zone walking? Or a whole expansion if you went even bigger than that? Meanwhile, a bunch of our team members were playing our sister game, Diablo 3, and we're doing a bunch of the Diablo 3 seasonal content, and we're saying, hey, can we get something like this Diablo 3 Seasons in WoW?
3.
Something where I feel like I'm going through similar content, but with wildly different gameplay and a wildly different leveling scheme, and I'm really enjoying leveling up my character in this newest season. So as both of those ideas continued being iterated on in big whiteboards, as you mentioned, eventually they just kind of merged together into this great thing that ended up being MOP Remix. Let's go back to Mists of Pandaria, and we actually went and looked at a bunch of data, and we saw that a bunch of people hadn't even done Pandaria that were currently playing WoW, so it was also a great opportunity just to get people back to a space that they had,
people don't like
not
gimmicks.
even back to a space, to get people for the first time to a space that they hadn't done yet, because maybe a bunch of them had leveled up in Dragonflight. But then also, could we reuse this content in a way that felt different while I was leveling through it? So, and that was the impetus behind all the different itemization, the infinite Dragonflight, all the different layers on the content, the new ways to acquire the loot that you got from MOP Remix. You can see some of the interesting factoids up here, some of our favorite leveling classes.
Quick little pause here. I just wanted to point out that we have somebody in this raid named Haha Immune Paladin.
There were the Death Knight and Priest, and of course Hunter and Paladin, because everybody likes playing Hunter and Paladin. A bunch of people made it all the way to the very end and managed to kill a Mythic Garrosh. We felt that MOP Remix was a really great experiment. It was a great opportunity to reuse the older game in WoW, but also give people a chance to do it fresh. And I feel like one of the key parts about freshening up a piece of content like this that we learned was that it's really the most fun when everybody gets to experience it together. And that's what a remix does. It's not just turning on everything all at the same time and saying, hey, go have fun. It's, hey, we're going to go through this together again. So it feels like it's a new expansion, and it feels like you're progressing with your friends again, and you're all learning about what the most overpowered item combinations are and finding these new secrets in the game about where did they put the special drops and stuff like that. It's a great learning experience for us, but also we got a huge amount of positive feedback from the community that they would love to see another remix at some point in the future.
Are we ready to talk publicly about some more remix?
This was going to be a fun panel regardless, but I think it will be an even more fun panel if we get to release a couple of juicy tidbits of information, maybe?
Go ahead. Hit us.
So, as many of you have surmised, perhaps because we gave out a couple of hints, or very large hints, that we are going to do another remix. And the next remix we are going to is, of course, the fan favorite expansion, Legion.
This is in the main auditorium. That didn't sound like a very large crowd.
Legion has a lot of content. It has way more content than Mists of Pandaria, and
like
it has a huge amount of different systems. So the team is currently hard at work delving deep into how we are going to integrate all of these systems in a remixed way. Which systems are we going to remix? Which systems are we going to remix and add new things to? Which of all of the different drops that came from all over the place in Legion are going to be accessible via currency? Team is delving into those right now, and we will have a significantly larger info dump later that includes a lot of the details about the systems, but we don't want to leave you without at least a couple of interesting, juicy tidbits about the stuff that we're exploring and we're excited about. So here's two of them. First, Legion is where we first introduced the Mythic Keystone system. And this gives us a great opportunity to expand upon the audiences that we hit with MOP Remix by giving the Mythic Plus audience something to do in a remix space. Hey, wouldn't it be cool if you could do Mythic Keystones with the wild item scaling of Remix and see how high you can go? We think that would be cool.
Yes.
And we're really excited about folks getting a chance to do that and just figuring out how to completely break that game. We completely expect you're going to do that, and we hope you have a ton of fun.
Right on.
But some of us in dad mode prefer the outdoor world. So one of the other things we're actually really excited about that we can do in a closed system, like a remix, is try wild experiments with the outdoor world. So we're excited to let y'all know we are taking yet another page from our friends over there on Diablo, and we're going to try adding a increased difficulty world tier in Legion Remix. It's currently called the Shattered Timeline. It's a timeline where everything went worse and everybody is significantly more difficult. So if you would like to challenge yourself while you are leveling up or at max level and doing Legion World Quests, head over to the Shattered Timeline and let us know what you think.
Right on. Remix isn't the only experimental game mode that we've seen in recent years. There was also something called Plunder Storm. What was that?
So again, at the very end of Dragonflight, we wanted to take some really big experimental swings, and what could be a larger experiment than not only a game mode in World of Warcraft that didn't use your World of Warcraft character and used a completely new action combat-like system, and you were a pirate, and you entered it through a whole separate screen. It had all of its own rewards, and also, it was a battle royale. I don't think anybody was expecting the World of Warcraft team to come out with a battle royale at the end of Dragonflight. And despite the fact that it maybe did not have the largest Venn diagram overlap with what surveys have told us our players largely play outside of World of Warcraft, we saw a huge number of players jump in to play Plunder Storm. You can see some of the stats up here. The highest amount of plunder that was earned by a single player was 3.4 million. At least 4 people died to campfires. We have a lot of interesting statistics from Plunder Storm. And despite the fact that it was wildly different than WoW and completely outside the norm of World of Warcraft content, we saw tons and tons and tons of players jump in and play it, and we would consider it a huge success. And what that tells us is that there's a desire from the player base to do cool game modes in WoW, and that maybe we should start to think of another one.
Jeremy Fiesel. Can we confirm, maybe we can't get details right now, but can we confirm that we are working on the next fantastic experience?
We can, in fact, confirm that we are working on yet another game mode for World of Warcraft.
That's not a thing that happens.
But we were going to provide even less details because we would like that to be a reveal that includes probably a lot of cool videos that get across everything we're trying to do here. But to give you a couple of juicy tidbits on this one, it has a vibe that is a little bit on the scary story side of things, and it is not a battle royale.
Okay. Okay. So we have 2 clues. Scary,
I controlled twice in the
not
same
battle
fucking
royale.
fight.
Thank you. That's
All right.
Speculate away, and we would love to hear what you think.
Thank you. So in my experience with this WoW community, there has never been anything that was more beloved and more requested than housing. Housing feels like the culmination of a question this community has been asking since the beginning of WoW. Tell me, Jesse, how did the team get started on housing?
So housing has been worked on WoW for, I don't know, years and years and years and years. You can find old remnants of data mined houses and really crufty stuff going way, way back.
Cruft.
Lots of cruft.
Great word.
But the more modern attempt at housing started years before I got here. And a team had been prototyping and sort of pitching and building towards
housing in Classic
and they had a bunch of really compelling prototypes and things we were iterating on. I joined the team, started working on housing, started working on even more prototypes for housing because we were sort of very keen on dialing in a couple things. And so now we're here. We have a pretty big team working on housing. Everybody is super excited about it on the team. Apparently, folks are as well. And in the evolving of Azeroth, y'all have been playing for, in some cases, 20 years. But our character's been visiting Azeroth. We come, we stay in an inn, we log off, and then we're gone. Now you have a home. you have your own little slice of Azeroth that you can
have
make
a
your own. You
home.
can make a spooky
Yeah, I don't know about all that shit.
house. You can make a scary house. You can make a cozy house. You can invite your friends over. You can have birthday parties. You can do all of these role-playing things that the community's been clamoring for in a space that's yours. But it's not just your space. You're in a larger context of a neighborhood. So it's me and you and you and you and you and you and you. And there are groups of friends, there are communities, there are guilds who are inhabiting a shared space. And they will be able to inhabit that space for
We're down to like
for years
5
to
minutes
come.
left in this
your
interview,
progression,
and they haven't said a word about Classic yet.
Right now
Where's everybody
6
getting
months,
fresh servers
something
from?
like that. Your progression in housing is forever if you want it to be.
I miss it.
So it's super exciting when you think about the world, how we interact with it now, and how we will interact with it in the near future. How does having a persistent space that players can call their home, how does it affect the way we build content?
Of course it does, absolutely. One of the most exciting
Like I said, this is
things,
one of those things where
in a designer
people like to
sort of
spread
way, as opposed to a
misinformation.
player sort of way, maybe, but maybe not, is the potential to have quests give you rewards of things you can do for your house, things you can decorate your house with, things that are mementos of some achievement that you managed to pull off, some awesome thing you did. We talk a little bit about that Onyxia head and where we're going to put it, exactly.
Yeah, I know where you can put the Onyxia
It
head.
also gives us an opportunity to look at what might happen if we brought content to you. So, we are thinking a lot about opportunities here. Right now, the giddy designers, though, are very excited about decor because they have all sorts of ideas of cool things that could go into your house and be an awesome reward and get you guys out there exploring the world.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but one of the first conversations we had, this was in the housing prototype V19 or something, we were talking about how to build content, and you gave me the example that I used to pitch repeatedly through all the exec meetings, which was, so right now if you go in WoW and you find a village and there's a merchant and he's like, oh no, my cattle have run off or something like that. You save their cattle, you come back and you say, goodbye, merchant. In housing, we now have the opportunity for that merchant to come by your house, and you say thank you for your things, and he goes on his way, and he comes back every day or every week, and then at some point he stops coming by. And you're like, I wonder what happened to the merchant.
Death.
Yeah.
He's on the death list.
Yeah, he's on the whiteboard.
She killed Blanchie.
I know, right?
You know that.
The merchant was just down the street, and his cattle.
Okay.
The merchant's not dead. He's just
Okay.
down the street. And you say, oh, hey, merchant, I can help you now. And you bring back his cattle or whatever, and he starts his trek again. And that feels so much more alive. It feels so much more personal than just like, oh, later, POI, I'm glad we've had that conversation. And yeah, to the point with the designers, we had to come up a brand new process for how other designers request decor. Because they've all been clamoring, hey, I'm doing a quest in this place. Can I get a whatever prop? And it's been a deluge, and so we're like, okay, we need a process for this now because there's a lot. And so yeah, we've been reinventing a lot of wheels right now for better.
Something else there's been a lot of is a desire to talk to the community as we're building out housing. And I just want to compliment you personally, you and the team. The housing team has been very open about wanting to share with the community what we're doing and what we might be able to do so that we can make sure that that community is heard and that they're receiving, so to speak, what they want out of housing. Tell me a little, just anything you can tell me.
2-minute version.
Okay, Midnight, The Last Titan, Beyond. Tell me something about what's coming for housing.
A lot of things are coming for housing.
Sure.
The first release that we have is just that. It's the first release for housing.
Yes.
We are going to be building on housing for the foreseeable future. We have a very, very bulky roadmap full of stuff. The community response to it has been amazing in that, like, we'll make a post and then we'll see this big discussion come up and we'll be like plucking, like, we should think about adding that. That seems like a good idea. Put it on the roadmap. the team has channels devoted to brainstorming and coming up with new stuff. There has been no shortage of amazing ideas that are all just fighting each other to get on. So yeah, got a lot coming. You'll hear more over the next couple of weeks. I think we'll be talking about some other things that people want to hear about very soon too.
Regarding housing, there's a development anecdote I want to share with y'all, which is right now when you go to an innkeeper, you can bind your Hearthstone to there, and then that makes it so that you can return there whenever you want. Right now, if you go to an innkeeper in the game right now, any innkeeper in the world, it will say, "Make this in my home." And we had to change that in Midnight because that's not true anymore, because you'll have a home. Now it just says, "Bind my Hearthstone to this inn." I think that's kind of special.
It's lovely.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
This is what's wrong
That's
with
nice.
games today.
And I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank all of you for coming, and everyone watching online. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed your insights.
Thank you.
From the entire World of Warcraft development team, we cannot wait to see you in Azeroth and welcome you home.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, well, that was it. So I don't know where people are getting all this bullshit about fresh servers for TBC and that you're not going to be able to continue on your classic character. You have to roll a brand new character for TBC. I don't know where that shit's coming from. I mean, they said that it came from that announcement, but I mean, we just sat there through the entire hour-long event, never said it anywhere. So unless it's something that came up at some other point, but I mean, this is PAX, so I mean, it's not like Blizzard just sits up there and talks all day. It's like all the rest of the panels are other companies. So this isn't like a BlizzCon where it's like, oh, you missed it in the first go around, but they'll be talking about WoW all night. It's like, no, it's PAX. Like that was Blizzard's window. They got an hour. So I mean, maybe something popped up on the forums. Maybe there's something announced on their website. Like I don't know. It's like I said, there is so much misinformation out there. It's not funny. This is why I don't like repeating stuff that I've just heard from other places and I don't go see it. And it's like sometimes I think Joe gets mad at me when I don't necessarily take what he tells me for granted either. But it's like he was the one that told me that this was going to be a thing. And so I'm like, okay. And then, if I'd have been spreading that information, it would have turned out to be misinformation in some case. Whether or not it's a legitimate claim, it definitely was not announced in this event. So we just listened to the whole thing. Wasn't there. And it's like, this is just a little video game thing that doesn't mean anything. And then people wonder why there's so much misinformation in like politics and stuff. It's like, well, because there's, $100 billion contracts and stuff when you can fuck around with things in politics. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that misinformation came from, or like I'll have to keep searching around and see if I can find something that's actually a legitimate claim, because to me that just sounds like suicide for the for the people that are doing classic. I mean, to tell everybody that anniversary is going to be here and that it's going to go through all of the phases just like original classic did. We're going to go all the way at least all the way through Wrath of the Lich King. They didn't say if anniversary would be going to Kata, but based on how Kata went the first time, I think it'd be kind of dumb if they did. But yeah, in general, don't know. I'm not aware of there being any other videos, at least not related to PAX. So, like I said, I'll have to keep searching and see what I can find. I may end up actually doing a reacts video to that hour-long video there, because there's a lot of stuff that I'd like to have commented on, but I didn't want to talk over what they were saying. So, but yeah, the pretty much everything that they talked about there, like they didn't even talk about SOD in there. Like that was just basically like a chain jerk for retail. So it's like I don't care what you're adding to retail. I no longer have an interest in retail. So I would love to see them bring housing to Yeah, we did miss one. I would love to see them bring housing to Classic, but I honestly just don't see it happen. See it happening. I kind of get the feeling that at the end of the day, Blizzard's big thing is they just want you to get hooked and go and play more retail. Like they really just want you to go play retail. That's what they're really after. So I don't know. Like, yeah, Wowhead doesn't have an article about it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's fake news. I think it just ended up being bullshit, which is like I said, that's why I wanted to go and get the source and see what was going on. Like, if you're quoting me shit and you're not supplying me with source information, you don't know what you're talking about. Tired of fake news. I mean, because that's something that's pretty devastating, honestly, if you think about it. Think about the number of people that was like, oh, somebody said that. I mean, and I agree that these are kind of weak-minded people and people should really go and look at this stuff ahead of time. But it's one. Did we miss something else again? Jesus Christ, what are they doing over here? No, here they come. They're just being slow. But let's see. I lost track of what I was what I was saying. Trying to focus more on the raid than what I was saying. Yeah, completely lost it. Whatever it was, because it wasn't that important. But oh well, yeah. So basically, you know, people that would do this sort of thing are fairly weak-minded people, and no one I would really want to, you know, like having a guild or a raid environment, anyways. But just think about the number of people that one of their friends said, "Oh man, I heard on the thing today that when Burning Crusade comes out, it's going to be all fresh servers, and absolutely nothing that you did in Classic is going to carry over. Everyone's going to have to start a brand new character. None of the mounts you collected, none of the gold you collected, none of the pets you collected, none of your gear, none of that carries over to TBC. You have to do this from scratch with TBC Anniversary." And it's like, how many people would just be like, "Yeah, that's stupid," and just quit? You know, like I said, I agree that it's absolutely stupid, and if they actually did it, I would quit. But how many people out there heard that and then just quit? So, you know, it's just one of those things where the concept of having the actual facts and knowing what's going on is like a really important thing, and for people to not be spreading misinformation. So yeah, like I said, I would love it if they brought housing to Classic, because personally I think that's something that they should have had in the game since the beginning. The first MMO that I ever really played was Ultima Online. One of the biggest things in that game was your personal house. I mean, and they had tons of them. I mean, they had little bitty houses that were kind of like this one that you could just keep some stuff in, and they went all the way up to like grand castles like the size of Stormwind City, you know, almost like, you know, in the terms of that game. They were massive, massive, massive homes. And the issue that you ran into was there was only so much space in the game that would allow you to place a house, and they were placed in the real world. So you basically were kind of stuck with um, the concept of running out of space. Like that ended up being the problem with housing in Ultima Online, was there was only so many places that you could put housing, and it was in the open world. There was no like instanced area for it to go to. So with that being said, that became the limiting factor. So you wanted to get a house early, and then you never wanted to lose it. Like, you did, the only way you could really lose it was if you didn't pay your taxes on it, which really wasn't a large number. But you know, like, people would quit playing the game for whatever reason, and then after you didn't pay your taxes, you got like 14 days or something like that, and then your house would become basically like derelict. I guess derelict's not really the right word for it. Abandoned, I guess, really is the word I'm looking for. And then anyone could come up and destroy the house and loot all of the stuff that's in the house. Which I definitely did that on multiple occasions, and it was really, really awesome. Just getting, like, going through somebody that had spent crap tons of time playing the game and then just quit and didn't come back anymore, and just getting to go and collect all that loot that was in all of the boxes and just all the shit that they collected over time. Really, really fun. But yeah, it's like uh, you would basically just have to keep messing around in the game and looking for areas in order to place a bigger house. And while, yeah, you could just get your house and pick it up and then put down a new house, the houses were of various sizes. So there's no guarantee that the house you pick up and the space around it is going to be big enough space to put the new house that you really want. So that's where, like that's where some of the issue came in. And if you picked up your house, low chance, but there was still a chance that somebody else could be in the general vicinity with a deed and be like, bam, place a house down. And then now you no longer have a house or anywhere to keep all of your shit. It's like you had a bank system, but I mean, it was pretty limited on what all you could keep in it, like compared to a house, anyways. So yeah, so that was the very first real MMO that I ever played was Ultima Online, and it had a housing system in it. They didn't do the housing system in EverQuest, which I really felt like they were missing something. And then at EverQuest 2, they ended up going and adding a housing system. And for me, the housing system in EverQuest 2 was phenomenal. I mean, it was really high quality, really well detailed. Pretty much any area in the game that you went and did, there was something that you could kill there that would give you some sort of cosmetic that you could put in the housing. And then the big kicker for me was you could get music boxes, and the music boxes would play music from the original EverQuest. And that was like, I mean, that's just like yanking at heartstrings right there. It's like, a game that you play for that many years and then you just quit playing it. It's like that, it's a part of you. It's like it's never going to go away no matter who you are. If you put thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of hours into playing a game, that is a game you will remember until your deathbed. And for it to just not really be there, especially not in the same capacity that you remember it, in the early days, it's a big ordeal, having something like that put in the game. And I mean, it was absolutely amazing, um, working with that. Sorry, I'm actually trying to do slightly better DPS today because I'd been underperforming pretty bad because I was using a bad spec and didn't realize it. I switched to the new spec and failed to realize that it wanted you to have a very specific piece of gear to make the spec work, and I don't have that piece of gear yet, so my DPS had been dog shit for like the past 2 weeks. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm being absolute dog shit right now. But my DPS was low here, but I wasn't doing a whole lot of AE, so yeah, I was more focused on the boss there. So we'll see on this next boss how it does. But I did much better on the first boss. I beat out some of the other hunters and stuff. So, and I'm like, I don't have a single piece of the new tier raid gear. Like I've been exceedingly unlucky, and nothing that I've soft reserved has dropped, which is another one of those reasons why I think soft reserve is an absolute garbage system for a progression raid team. Because you have cases like this where like I'm falling behind now because I can't get gear because the things that I reserve just aren't dropping. It's like it doesn't drop on the week that I reserve it. So I just get nothing. But yeah. So anyways, you had that phenomenal housing system in EverQuest 2, which was really good. And then from the very beginning, people were expecting housing. Like if it wasn't there at the start of WoW, then people were like, "Oh my God, this has to be added," because by that time, EverQuest 2 was out. I forget when it actually came out, but it was somewhere in the vicinity of the launch of World of Warcraft. I definitely remember playing EverQuest 2 at a particular point in my life where I was still very heavy into WoW, and it was pretty early still, like around TBC or so. And I got into EverQuest 2 in an expansion. So the base game had already been out, and I don't even think this was the first expansion. So But yeah, that was the other big thing that they did as well. Oh wow, what kind of ability was that? Is that new? I don't think I've ever seen that ability go off before. That was crazy. But yeah, so people were kind of really expecting the housing thing in very early WoW, and it just never happened. They even had a place for it. Like there was an interview with Kevin Jordan, one of the original creators of WoW, where he said the zone in that's behind the gate in Stormwind was the place where they were originally planning on putting the instance housing. So they did have the intention of doing it at some point, and then they just decided that it wasn't the direction they wanted to go, which I've thought for this entire time was a big missed opportunity for them. Hmm. I wonder if we intended to pull that, or if somebody was just like spam clicking there. Didn't look like any tank abilities were in that that first barrage. Another thing I really hate about the classic era is the insane dead zone for hunters. Like I've talked about this multiple times. I don't know why they added a dead zone. I mean, more than a foot and a half away from an enemy, or which would be roughly what, like half a meter. So roughly half a meter away from an enemy is being pretty fatal with a bow. It's like you could definitely make that fatal. It would definitely do damage. So it's like I don't know why they put this like I don't know, something like 15 yard or 15-meter dead zone on bows. It just makes no sense at all. Like I could see them having like an ideal window where the damage would be the most. I mean, there is definitely a point where an arrow is more lethal than not, or I should say the most lethal. So it's like, if you wanted to have a dead zone like that, where it's like, hey, there's a sweet spot that you want, the distance that you want to be. You don't want to be way too far, but you don't want to be right up on them necessarily. So, but just to have a dead zone where you can't attack at all is just really, really dumb. But yeah, I mean, they keep on doing things for retail WoW, and it's like it's another one of those things where it's kind of a fake news system once again, and it's really frustrating that these companies keep doing this kind of stuff. But like, I really think that we need to come up with a standard that game companies should have to use when they talk about their games. Like this concept of why is it one company will tell you about total number of units sold while another company will talk about current concurrent players. It's like because one of them is more appealing than the other. So they're trying to use a system to basically lie to you to convince you to come and play their game. And they kind of do that with WoW, with retail a lot. It's like if you talk about WoW, Blizzard doesn't talk about how many people are playing retail versus how many people are playing classic versus how many people are playing SOD. They just talk about how many people are playing WoW. It's like, but that's a very important differentiation that you should have to make. It's like there are some ways that you can be kind of cheeky using, like Warcraft logs, for example, is the way that people get um, the numbers of people that are playing on a given server right now, but it's basically just adding up all of the people that have ever had a parse in a raid. It's like, well, what about all the people that just quest and don't raid at all ever? Or the number of people that raid so infrequently that they just happen to have never been in a raid that had someone logging. I mean, it's like if I'm doing a pug raid, I don't log. I don't fucking care. It's like I don't necessarily even want that log on my record, which unfortunately happens no matter who logs. If it gets uploaded, then it permanently goes on your history. But it's like if you're in a pug, it's like the likelihood of that being beneficial to your parse history is, I mean, it has a far higher chance of being detrimental to your history than it does beneficial. So yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of people in pugs that don't parse at all. Granted, it only takes one person to parse for it to show up, but there's still a fairly decent chance for a large number of raiders to not ever have a recording of them ever raiding. And then you have, I mean, think about all the people who PvP and don't raid. So, it's like that's another chunk. And then I'm sure there are people out there that PvE and quest, but they don't raid. So the numbers are not accurate, and you can argue that the sample size is large enough, but that's not valid because in order for a sample size to have an accuracy to it, it needs to have all versions of it. But it's like PvPers are not counted at all. So it doesn't matter how big your sample size of raiders is, it will never take PvPers into consideration. So it's like the size of the sample is irrelevant because it is always omitting data, like a section of the data. So it's not something that you can do a valid sample size system for that and say, oh, this is a reasonable an approximation. It's like you could have 40,000 people raiding and 5 million people PvPing that don't raid, and so you would assume that your server size is somewhere around 40,000 people. So it's not a valid way to to really look at that to get an idea for how many people are playing. It's a good way to figure out about how many people are raiding. I mean, that's beneficial, and and what the skill level of those raiders are. But that's about the limit. I need to go in and change my True Shot aura to be specific to my buff. I was thinking about the concept of having TSA on, but I actually get an additional 200 attack power if it's my True Shot aura. So, and right now my weak aura just checks if I have True Shot aura or not if it's my buff that's applying it. So I need to fix that because once again, unfortunately, it's not an aura. It's a like a click and you get a buff and then it wears off after X amount of time. So, and I very seldomly ever recast that. Bigs down. Does he mean fish? Yeah. It's an interesting way to say fish. Hunter weak auras. True Shot. Additions, no, triggers. Triggers, yeah. What's next about what? And actually, music, I need to get that going again. Guess I can turn the WoW music back on now too, so I can actually hear if somebody does a ready check or something. I haven't yet. As I've stated many times, I don't hear Discord pings when I'm streaming. And seeing as how I'm only running 2 monitors. Yeah. I mean, I'm in the raid still. I'll be in the raid for hours. Oh, I see.
Watch your step.
I still think the way that we do this fight is wrong. Like, there's a much better way to do it. I don't know if I would have wanted to suffer through all of SOD just to do this, but I think it would be really fun to run a raid team in SOD. Oh, you asked if I was gonna look for another video. I said no. That's gonna be something I'll have to research off stream. I mean, there's no telling. No telling at all. Oh, you sent me a video. Okay. I'll check it after this.
Watch your step.
After this boss, then. Far away. Come back. Great. The fact that we're constantly chasing a boss in this run
Watch your step.
is one of the primary reasons that I say that this could be done significantly better. Like, there should not be this much running in a boss fight. Are you kidding me? Bubbled the minute I popped fucking rapid fire. Jesus. Yes, it does. Or actually, yeah, I think the tar stays the whole time. The fire goes away unless it hits tar, and then the fire will stay the whole time. The tar doesn't hurt you, it only slows you down.
Watch your step.
But it's like these guys are just horrendous about putting this boss in the worst possible place that they could put it. And it's like the easiest way to do this is that the boss seems to always run around in the general vicinity of wherever he was when he starts the tar attack. He runs around to a couple of different spots in that area and drops tar on the ground. So it's like we should pull the boss out by the ships. When as soon as he does the tar attack, run up the hill a little bit and let all the fire come down, and then go back down to where the tar is at. And it's like all the tar should basically be placed in the same location, the same general vicinity. But we just keep like locking ourselves off up here. Oh shit. For whatever reason, they don't mark the boss, and we have like 8 ads running around out here. It's like,
Watch your step.
there's a set bonus that you get that increases your damage by like, I think it was 30% on targets that have your serpent sting on them. It's like that's going to be such an annoyance to have to keep up with, like in this fight specifically, because my serpent sting was dropping all the time because they would pull it away right when I needed to reapply with a chimera shot. Nothing good there. I don't think I had anything reserved on that boss. I actually don't remember what my reserves were, to be honest. I know I had the weapon on Alexi, but we haven't actually seen that thing drop yet. I'm gonna be annoyed if it drops today, because that is like the item that makes the pet build work. And I just did a respec because my damage was so ass, because I didn't realize that you had to have that to make the pet build work. Because to be honest, I just don't research much over here anymore, because I kind of want to quit SOD. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna intentionally be a moron and not do whatever the meta build is. So as soon as I found out that the reason my DPS was so low compared to the other hunters was because I was using the pet build but didn't have the gear to support it, which they didn't cover when they talked about the new stuff on the hunter Discord. They were just like, this is the best gear. They didn't cover the fact that there was a specific piece of gear in there that made that entire build work. So which is also not a common thing for WoW. I mean, how frequently I shouldn't even say how frequently, has there ever been a build in Classic, for example, that had to have a very specific item in order to function? Like, I know they did it in Legion with Beastmasters and the damn, what was it, shoulders or bracers? It was something like that, but it was the legendary that you would get, and you basically weren't a Beastmaster hunter if you didn't have that legendary. It was just so dumb. This is gonna be my new main now. I really need to probably upgrade my bags. Actually, it's not as... Actually, I thought I had less bags than what I do. There's a big one that you can get that's like a 30 slaughter, I think, from previous content. I may need to look into that one. That's another reason why Hunter sucks. Everybody gets 4 bags, but Hunters and Warlocks have to have a damn Soul Shard bag, which doesn't hold anything but Soul Shards or arrows. But yeah, there's a pet build. Actually, is it even the polearm that does it? Oh, yeah, because it's focus fire, and I think that might be applied by your pet now. I don't remember. It's like this version of WoW is so screwed up with all its like random crap. They have skills in here from like every version of WoW. Alright, so this is from some random person.
What's going on, guys? And
So I'll kill the sound again here. Wrong option.
welcome back to another video. Today I want to talk about something that's a little bit controversial. I've been arguing with Sam Medina all morning about this, and it's pretty important to me, and I think it's important to a lot of people, and I want to see how everyone feels about this. Sam Medina says that we need TBC anniversary fresh servers for the launch of TBC. I'm on the complete opposite side of the fence for this. I think fresh servers are a terrible idea, and I'm going to tell you why. Okay, so why do we feel the need to constantly have fresh servers? Every 6 months that a new fresh server starts, within 6 months we want fresh servers again. I feel like the problem with this is that we are constantly fragmenting the player base more and more and more, and it really is starting to feel bad to me, right? Like if that came out today, if news came out that we were getting fresh TBC servers, I would literally stop playing Anniversary right now. And I've been having a lot of fun. I'm preparing my Hunter for TBC. I have my Shaman that's ranked 11.
This guy's just like
I'm really
straight up
enjoying it. I'm having fun playing the game.
Saying what I said.
And the reason I'm enjoying it is because I know what's coming next. Right now, I'm doing stuff that's not going to be a waste of time because it's moving into the Burning Crusade. And this was my whole point in my last video, saying that like 2019 Classic came, we continued to play it, we had a lot of fun because we knew we were going to the Burning Crusade. The Burning Crusade came, we played it, we had a lot of fun because we knew we were going to Wrath of the Lich King. This whole like fresh servers every few months thing is becoming like, we're getting dangerously close to like an ARPG seasonal game mode at this point. And for me personally, I don't think that fits in WoW. I think that the appeal to this game, especially Classic, is the time and energy and effort that you put into grinds and progressing your character and all of this stuff is what keeps me wanting to log back in. It's what keeps me wanting to play. I feel like just constantly resetting the game feels bad. And I know that there's going to be people on the other side of this that are going to say that I'm stupid for thinking this way or whatever, but this is how I feel, and a lot of other people feel this way as well, right? What is a fresh server going to achieve? All a fresh server does is give streamers content for an extra 30 days, right? Because here's what happens. 90% of this player base does not have the time to constantly keep leveling from 1 to 60 over and over, doing their profession, doing the pre-brisk grind, all this, right? The only people that could do that are streamers, right? So it's good content for streamers. I can understand why a streamer would want a fresh all the time, because it makes their job a lot easier. It makes their job a lot more fun. A lot of people who don't have that time, which is a massive majority of the player base for Classic, then decide, you know what, I can't play because now I'm going to be behind. I can't play on Fresh, and that's where everyone's going to be. So why am I going to stay on Night Slayer or Dream Scythe? Everyone's going to be on Fresh. I can't play, so I'm not going to play. I'm going to unsub, and I'm just going to watch streams of it because Fresh is hype as hell. That's exactly what happens, and that's why everyone always wants Fresh. But the players, the people playing the game, and I'm kind of in the middle here, like, I'm a streamer, but I'm a very small streamer. I'm more of a YouTuber, but I'm someone who really plays the game. I enjoy playing the game, like an actual player. I play the game like as if I wasn't a content creator on the game, okay? I put a lot of time into playing the game. For anyone putting a lot of time into playing Anniversary or playing this past Fresh, having fresh TBC servers kind of undermines everything that I'm doing right now, right? I kind of mapped out my next couple of months playing this game. I want to get all my characters ready that I want to have in TBC. I want to have my professions ready. I want to farm gold. I want to have everything ready to go
on top of everyone. That was
into the Burning Crusade.
Disgusting.
If Blizzard came out
an
hour from now and said, hey, just to let everyone
making
know,
shit content, Blizzard.
When pre-patch launches in October or November, whenever the hell it's going to be, we're going to have fresh TBC servers. Guess what? I'm logging off Anniversary right now. What's the point in me playing? Because everyone's going to be on Fresh. So that's where I'm going to have to go regardless, whether I'm against it or not. I'm going to want to go on Fresh with all the other people that I know that are playing. And it's going to just, it undermines everything that I'm doing right now. It's kind of
people weren't stacked up like they're supposed to be, and we got fireballs in two places.
Right? So this
why is it I can do this content with zero sound and no Discord?
Really sucks.
And I do this better than all the other fucking people in here.
It's hurting the game so much. It fragments the player base even more. It undermines what people are doing right now playing the game. It's almost like with this mentality, you get penalized for playing the game. You're better off waiting until the next thing is coming out and jumping on that. And then with that mentality, you're basically better off waiting forever and just not playing and just watching content on the game because it feels horrible. Like, I know Fresh is hype. I know Fresh is always hope. We just got a Fresh. Literally, like 6 months ago, we just got a Fresh. I don't see the reason for it. I don't see the reason for it. And I love Medina, but we've been arguing all morning about this, like a friendly argument. We're both completely opposite. We might have a live debate coming sometime in the near future about this because I really feel strongly about this. I think Fresh would be a terrible, terrible idea for TBC. I think the servers feel good right now. Why would we split them even further? And then people are going to make the argument saying, well, if you don't want to play Fresh, you don't have to. That's bullshit. Because that's where everyone's going to go. That's where the hype is going to be. That's where all of the new players are going to want to go. Anyone that was waiting for TBC that didn't even play Anniversary, they're going to go there. And what happened to the Fresh Wrath servers? Does no one remember? It was called like Sky Fury, Sky something. That's Fresh server. I remember that
the Fresh server that fucking
it was the most hyped
crumbled
thing
in on itself
on the planet. Everyone rolled Fresh Wrath, Fresh Wrath. Within 60 days, the server sucked and everyone wanted to leave the server.
You think?
Because it's like a figment of everyone's imagination. Like Fresh is so fun for 30, 60 days.
Fresh is a squeaky few bunch of morons that don't actually want to play MMOs.
Is not a good
That's
idea.
what Fresh is
right
for.
Right now, the player base and the pop on these
that's
servers
who's crying for this
great.
stuff.
It feels perfect. It feels like the first time Blizzard nailed it on launch. You know what I mean? They nailed it with these servers for Anniversary. They did such a good job. Releasing Fresh TBC servers completely negates that, and in my opinion, feels terrible. What we're going to do is we're going to stop walking right here. We're going to pull up Sam Medina's video that he put out. His title was Why TBC Anniversary Needs Fresh
this
Servers.
guy's talking
You'll
about
watch
like
the
a what
video,
if scenario.
but we're going to go through the comments, and that's what we're going to do right now. So let me bring it over. Let's start from the top comment. Everyone knew when they rolled their class, the servers were progressing to TBC. And we have some replies.
Yeah,
you can't
I mean,
pre-roll a paladin on Horde though. Most people have their TBC mains ready. They're leveled
here
and
we go.
prepared. Blah blah blah.
I'll
Most
pull
people got
this
their
little
mains
thing
already
out and
at
let you guys
64
see it real quick.
TBC.
So
like this is what I mean. Like everyone is already prepping. That's
this is
blah,
him
blah,
talking
blah.
about it, but this is some person named San Medina. This is not an official announcement. It's just some moron talking about why they need fresh servers, and then this dude is reacting to it. It's like nothing about this is official. Fake fucking news. It's fake fucking news.
Though most people have their TBC mains ready. They are leveled and prepared. Blah blah blah. Most people got their mains already at 64 TBC. Like this is what I mean. Like everyone is already prepping. That's the whole reason for playing Anniversary right now is like the prep for TBC. Like if you don't want to really play vanilla and you're just waiting for TBC, this is why you're playing Anniversary. It's why I'm playing Anniversary. It's why I'm enjoying it because I feel like it's not wasted. I feel like it's moving to something new. Next comment, no need to spread the community even further. Title this, Blizzard, I don't understand how this game works. Not re-rolling on Fresh. This would be great for the gold sellers. See ya in MOP. Gold sellers love Fresh servers. The price of 1G is never higher than a Fresh. Like, this is what I mean. Not playing Fresh right now. Only joining for TBC is a choice. I thought Anniversary was Fresh TBC. Fresh is always fun and hype. We have one guy here who says Fresh is always fun and hype. And I don't disagree with this guy. I really don't. I agree that Fresh is always fun and hype.
Yeah, I mean,
is it the right thing for
I
the
would
game?
agree
Is
with
it the
that.
right
Fresh
thing
can be
for
good
people playing Anniversary
for some
right
people.
now? And my answer to that is no. You know what I mean? And I know that that's not objectively true. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but we've seen this, right? We've done this song and dance a million times over and over and over and over again. We need to stop with the seasonal WoW. Like, I'm so against seasonal WoW. I really am.
Why did they make fish like blend in with the color of the ground
won't do
like
Fresh,
almost
spend
everywhere?
too much time on getting
Like, why can't you make that shit like glow or something?
Well,
or everything else that they have in this game that glows.
Make it
the
ready.
fish
You just have
is
to
just
level
like,
it when TBC launches. Not much to prep for. Yeah, like this person is just trolling. There's a 1% chance we get a Fresh, and that's only if they decide to add an RP server. I just want enough time to level a Draenor or a Blood Elf to 60 before launch like we had back in the day. Right, and people who want to do this is a lot of people. We don't need Fresh for this. My plan for the second that pre-patch launches is to level a Blood Elf Paladin on Night Slayer, right? On the servers that we already have that are already established. If people think that like the economy is going to be better on a Fresh server, you're wrong. Because gold sellers and bots flock to those Fresh servers because of the simple fact that what that person said earlier is true. They charge so like 10, 15 times more for gold on a Fresh server than they do on Night Slayer. So which server is going to be more enticing for the bots and the gold sellers to go to? It's going to be the Fresh server.
They marked an
and that
X,
economy
but
will
not
be wrecked
skull.
in 30 to 60 days. Yeah. And then those people that are on that Fresh server are going to want to transfer off to Night Slayer, right? It just
this is going to be a disaster. Rangers spread all over the place.
Really doesn't. I don't
understand we're in phase 2.
Why we want Fresh servers constantly. I can't
Hopefully they fucking
fathom
restack.
it. I think it's a bad idea. I think we need to stop this mentality of fragmenting the player base completely. These servers feel good. There's a good balance. There's tons of layers. There's people everywhere. There's people playing the game, enjoying it. And a lot of that comes from the fact that they are preparing for what's to come. Even if you're playing Anniversary because you're excited for the Burning Crusade, you're playing Anniversary this year because you're excited for the Burning Crusade. That's just it. That's what you're doing. You're preparing. You're level. Like, we used to play WoW knowing that our characters would live on forever. Think about back in the day when you started playing WoW. You knew your character was going to live forever, right? Until one day eventually when Blizzard shuts down the servers. But that hasn't happened yet. I still have characters on my main account that I had from back in 2004 on retail. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what made this game so great, is you like the time you spent, the time you invested, the grinds that you did.
It was a rough explosion.
And like since Classic came out, and really over the past couple of years, we've gone towards this like seasonal ARPG mindset where like everything needs to constantly be reset or it's not fun. And I get the need for a fresh from time to time.
There it is.
I'm into it. I'm not anti-fresh. I'm anti-TBC fresh for this fresh that just started 6 months ago. I think it would be just mind-blowing to me if we got TBC fresh servers. I think it's a terrible idea. This video is turning into like a rage rant, and I'm sorry about that, but I needed to get this out, and I want you all to comment below and tell me what you think, right? I want to know if you want a fresh, and if you do, I really want to know why, and if you don't want a fresh, tell me why. Because I want to see how many people feel the same way that I do about this. Am I just an...
Yeah, you're just a tool. Reporting on fake news. Okay. Yeah, that was basically the end of his video. Yeah, I mean, he obviously is, he's probably a similar mindset to a lot of people out there, which is like, why would we bother doing this? And yeah, I don't know. It's really, I'm finding it really amusing. Normally I'm in voice chat and I'm screaming at these retards that are in here that won't stack on the range group. And we kill this boss in like 2 pulls. The first time that I did it, we one-shot the boss, didn't lose a single person. When I did it last week, we had some people that wouldn't stack even though someone was screaming at them to stack, and it took us 2 attempts to get it done. I'm not in there talking now, and it's just like a complete fucking disaster. But I mean, I don't raid lead over here. This needs to be a them problem. I don't know what's going on in voice chat with them right now, but yeah, it's pretty sad. It's so pathetic that like we've basically been killing this boss since the first week, and we still can't do it the right way because people just won't do what they're fucking supposed to do. Now the first run, I will say that wasn't anybody's fault. The boss comes down in random locations, and he decided to come land on the ranged group. And when he lands, he stuns everybody. He walked out like 1 step and then turned around and combustioned us. It's like you like we're all fucking stunned. We can't move. It's like it killed basically everybody. So it's like that, and that's just what I say. That's one of those things that Blizzard does that absolutely fucking pisses me off. It's like, why do you have a mechanic, an encounter, where something like that can happen, where complete random blind luck just wipes you, and there's no amount of skill that anyone could have that could fix that? It was like the entirety of the ranged group got stunned. You have no way to know that's where the dragon's coming down. He picks a random spot on the ground. Could have literally been anywhere on there. He doesn't even target a player. He targets a random spot, and he just landed on the fucking range stack. It's like, put a marker on the ground, show us where he's landing so we can get the fuck away from it. Boom, problem solved. You fixed it. It's like, you went from having this annoying, completely random effect to not having this random thing that can absolutely wipe your raid every time. This is why people don't like retail, because you do stupid shit like this. That kind of stuff doesn't exist in actual classic content. It's like, there may have been a handful of bosses in the history of WoW from Classic launch up through Wrath where you could just get completely fucked by RNG. And by completely fucked, I don't mean, oh, your parse was bad because you kept getting targeted by the thing. I mean, like, an RNG thing happened and your entire team wiped. Like, 100% out of anyone's control. Why is everybody going back? This is the unfortunate part about not being in Discord. Is like half the raid team ran back to the tower. I don't know if somebody pulled something or what happened, but I'm eating fish. Fuck them. So yeah, bullshit from fresh servers completely debunked. No big deal. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. Yeah, yeah, no, I'm happy when I can debunk some bullshit fake news. It's good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because if they would have done that and officially come out and said it, I would have quit in a heartbeat. It's like, why the fuck would I continue playing Classic? It is the worst version of WoW that there is out there out of the Classic era stuff. It's like the game was awful during this window. It was amazing when it first came out because it was better than other options, and it was brand new, so everybody was in like we were still in the honeymoon aspect of that point, but it's like the rose-colored glasses wear off after the second fucking time through Classic. It's like that shit was awful. It's like I am only doing it for Anniversary so that I will not be a complete fresh reroll in TBC, which is all the more reason of why people like me would be absolutely annoyed if I was having to put this time into Classic and it meant nothing. I would be so furious. It's like that would be the breaking point for me and Blizzard. Like I would be done with Blizzard games of all types at that point. It's like I've already sworn off pretty much everything else that they do at this point anyways because they're just shitty. They're a shitty company now. Shoot. Cremation any moment. Oh, cool. Get the breath first instead. That's why you have this weird little colored marker on cremation, is because he can do breath weapons or stuff like that, but it will be the very next attack that he does. Or she, whatever the hell it is, I don't know. Lighten that fucking whelp up. I mean, how do you not see those giant fucking balls coming at you? Like, I just, I don't know. How do you get hit by that? I mean, I could understand like a one-off, like something came up and you accidentally got hit one time by them, but it's like there's people that get hit multiple times a raid. Sometimes even multiple times in an attempt. Like we actually have a hunter doing it this time, which is nice. Normally we have a healer doing it. It's like that healer is tunnel vision. It's like he's not actually paying attention to where he's at here. All right, cremation any moment now. Breath first. And we got him low on health, so he'll probably cremate as soon as he hits the ground again. Oh no, cool, he got it right before he didn't actually take off this time. You're awfully close here. trying to get better at making sure I always have my Serpent Sting up, since my set bonus is going to be such a huge damage loss if I don't in the future. Because yeah, as a hunter, especially in classic era stuff, like you're kind of programmed to not use it. So this should be the victory here. This is the last form. Boom, dead. Oh look, my stupid bracer didn't drop again. Inventory full my ass. This is so annoying. I don't need that stupid outhouse key. Yeah, good job, team. That's it. Oh, I'm seriously getting hungry. Eat before raid. We got 2 hours of this. This is the named guy. Why were we not focusing him down? Maybe we only had Praetorians up. Oh, they didn't run away. Weird. Maybe that's why we didn't switch to the other dude right away. I also hate the fact that we're using the roof strat for this. I mean, it's easy as... oh, that reminds me... guess I should probably get into Discord here. Now that we're done with movies. Movie time is over. Where do the bear soakers stand? I don't think so. I'm not sure, but okay.
Why did we lose all group 2?
Get reses on them?
Yeah, get that.
They don't think they swapped. You're as Han Depot?
Okay.
2 stacks on me, Vez, whenever you're good.
Yep. I need people soaking for the humanoid.
Hunters and boomkins can go down and soak.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm crossing the street.
Stars down.
I have like no soakers for the.
I'm just
humanoid
going
right now.
down. I'm probably gonna die as a clothy, but no one's listening.
I'm at the very front of the barn, so I'll get.
Tone whenever, bud. I'm dead.
Quiet. Everybody quiet.
Tankson's down.
All right, when I get out of this, I'll come to you, Vez.
Yeah, that's fine.
Toning, got it.
Okay. I'll be cycling to the bear boss after this, and then Beagle will take over on the humanoid. Okay, I'm moving into Taunt the Bear, I'm taunting in 3, 2, now. Beagle, you can go take over for Nooney on the humanoid, and Nooney, you drop stacks and then take over from me.
Yep.
I got you.
Beagle's got it. Waiting for your 2 stack, and then I'll come.
Sounds good.
Got it.
Okay, moving out.
What His was facing me. Fuck this game.
This might be rough.
Pull the bosses together.
Yeah, Beagle, we need to meet in the middle and swap.
Meet by the fence.
Taunting now. Pull the bear off.
No, it's just a wipe.
Yep, just die. So the people on the bear just didn't swap? Is that what happens? Is that why you just
Either that or they just didn't get the heals.
Everyone stood an immolation trap. It looks like.
Ah, excellent.
They
Fire
hit a
trap landed on them and they didn't move.
If you're melee on the bear, you need to be behind the fence. The fence needs to be between you and the bear.
Correct. But you will sometimes still get a fire trap, just you can't stand the shit.
Yeah, they were on the other side.
Like, if you're tanking the bear and you see a fire trap go down, do what you can to adjust the bear so it's not close to it, like move it a little bit, but the melee need to take some personal responsibility on that one and just not stand near the big pillars of flame that kill you.
So, I didn't stand in the trap, but when I came back to the humanoid, I accidentally stood in front of him and died.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Yeah, I can see that innervate.
That's why when I move him out of the green circles, I'm moving him as little as humanly possible so he doesn't turn and cleave you guys.
Yeah. No, I've been playing retail for the last week, and like
that was rough.
It doesn't matter where you stand in retail most of the time as long as you're not standing on the circle.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah. It'll show everything on retail. Yeah, like don't stand in the shapes on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, this boss is easy. We'll kill it this time. It's just
it's kind of funny, but
unfortunate.
retail at this point is sounding more and more like old school Final Fantasy 14. It's like they put all the markers on the ground like Final Fantasy did, and then they made it a lot harder.
We have a firefighter too.
Sounds interesting.
He's just doing his civic duty. Leave him alone.
I wish the rest of the game wasn't ass. The raids sound like they might actually be fun.
The green is nature damage, correct?
Correct.
Don't know.
Okay. Everyone get back here quick.
And Zeth, for the record, the fence does not stop bows.
Perfect. Then just make sure that you're in range to soak for the bear. I guess because the groups are cycling, just be in range to soak for the bear to start. When you get 2 stacks, be in range to soak for the humanoid. Just keep going back and forth. Because both groups are going to have to cycle, so need you doing it too.
You want me to just bring my other paladin over here as a just in case as well? Or does it matter?
You can bring him here in case you die, then you have a backup, sure.
Just leave him behind the barn or something.
Exactly. Yep, behind the barn, he won't get stacks. Or, I mean, even better, put him on top of the barn, then he won't get a trap on him either.
Oh, why doesn't he just have his other paladin follow him and he's an extra stack?
Because he might run over a trap and cause problems.
That's fair.
Looks like everyone's here.
Just in front of the box.
We're waiting for the bear to toss the pat now.
Still need world buffs to go out though.
Oh,
Then we'll get
he
in
also tells you
position.
we have feast down. See?
Yeah, you did.
There he is.
Alright, I dropped.
Sorry, I'm late.
Yeah, you missed 3 ingots.
Why did you tell him that? Tell him we had Caldern down. What the fuck?
We got Caldern.
You're not
down,
even
too.
trying.
Well, I mean, I was.
You
just trying
guys
to be
aren't even
honest,
at Calderan yet.
You don't know. You don't.
She just broke noon.
We were yesterday. Hour and a half in, we were 7 out of 8 yesterday.
We were 5% away. Damn it.
Yeah.
I know. I was there. It was very disappointing.
Yeah.
I blame Dizzle.
I blame actually though. I couldn't remember. I knew it was Chad and one other person that were to blame for that, and Dizzle was absolutely the other one.
I know Bloody was on the
Summon.
floor too.
Summon him.
Yeah, that was just no heals
almost-
though.
I'm almost
The buddy's
inside.
always on the floor, so I mean, is that new?
True, but I went full to 0 with Szechuan and Stone with no heals.
Drop a closet on the roof and some levels, please.
Yeah, the boss is going to be padding back soon.
Beast Lord.
Yeah.
You're on Beast Lord, yes.
Okay.
There's 2
I'm
locks
about to
in there.
zone in.
Boss is starting to approach, so if we're doing this closet, we need to drop it ASAP.
Just do a single summon.
Yeah, literally just one.
We have 3 locks, guys.
Yeah.
Not at the same time.
Yeah, it's going up there. Just get him. Wubs, you are on the bear to start with.
Okay.
Well, we wiped it up just so we make sure you make it this time. That's all.
True. It's
Throw a
alright.
few
Bears coming. Bears
Fort
coming.
mark, all that shit on Wubs, please.
I don't know if that's possible to do without mounting
I'll
or
pull the human and I'll
aspect.
get threat to start with. Holding here.
It's not close enough to the fence, so I gotta go around.
I will try to get it closer.
Okay, it's there now.
Good life for that fan.
Bloody takeover, soaking for the bear.
Swap.
2 stack.
Yep, tank swap.
Yeah, I'll try.
So start on the humanoid then. Start with the group that's moving to the humanoid.
I'm supposed to be soaking, but I'm not getting
You're
any
with group
stacks
2.
standing here. Standing with the
Yeah,
other
moving
hunter
out.
though, so I'm like a hair out of range.
Why are people dying?
I don't know.
Wild fissure.
What happened to that AE? Did it go off and I just didn't notice it? I blinked.
Okay, moving back in.
Got it.
There's an immolation
Taunting the
trap
humanoid
on
in
one.
3, 2, now.
Be
Watch
careful
out,
there.
melee. Do not get cleaved by the humanoid. Do not get cleaved. I'm moving him. Get behind him. There we go. Tanks, and you're pulling him too far out. I need him to be like right about here. Let's try to shimmy as little as possible with the green shit on the ground.
Are you getting some PvP time in? You got about 100k more than I do to go.
Alright, noon you at 2.
Yeah.
Alright.
I just dropped stacks. So
There we go. I finally got a stack on me.
Just let me continue holding him, tanks.
Alright, I got you.
You're good, bud.
I almost ran into the fire trap right there.
Yeah, you were trying to save it.
I hate how they do this fight and they keep changing
losing
where
melee
people
somehow,
are
guys.
standing every single time, and
Yeah,
it's
I
like
was in the wrong spot. That's my bad.
it's like the strat
Hey,
is the
you got it,
strat.
it's
It's
good.
like why are we changing the strat daily? Especially when it's like
I was saying, noon,
we're,
if you
we've killed him.
did-
It's
if
like
your stacks didn't drop.
it's like I get it if
Yeah,
you
We're good.
if you're not killing him and
I'm
you're
gonna
changing
rally
strats,
this
but it's like
when
we
I get
found
out
the
of this
strat,
one.
it works, and then like every single time somebody
My
different
stacks
is
are
a
off. I'm moving
soaker.
back in to take the humanoid. As soon as the screen goes out, I'm taunting.
When yours goes off, you
Ooh,
can come
boy.
get it anytime.
Stay behind the boss. Stay behind the boss. Okay, I'm shifting. Shift with diamond. Shift with diamond. Good job.
Wait, taunting?
Alright. Looks like we'll get this one hopefully.
I'm just gonna eat this root.
Yeah, I normally do. Just because.
I usually have a little bit of room to move him, but that was like right on top of me, so I just I'm not
Right,
gonna
right.
Tank sense down.
not gonna get melee cleave. Okay.
9%
I'll
people
the
hold it
boss.
together.
Fucking heal Vesca.
Oh, those traps are fucking troll on the bear.
5%.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
When I get a third stack on this spot, I'm just gonna life.
Got a
yeah,
ton
he's
of-
fucking dead. Just kill it.
Oh, we're good.
Just kill it.
Alright, it's dead.
Good.
Ooh, poleaxe. Scratch not.
Ah,
Poleaxe is
yeah.
good.
There's
Finally got the poleaxe.
sandals. Hooray.
Sweet. Something that I wanted
Ah.
dropped.
What are you doing out here, Tankson?
Yeah, I just messaged him.
How are you doing out here? Did you get knocked back?
Give me that stick.
Okay, let's get rezzed up. We're gonna do loot quickly so we can go figure out who's getting tier and all that shit. I'm gonna knock that out and then come back. Can we make sure that we trigger the RP to get the portal started, please? Thank you, Kaz.
Yeah, I'm going out. I can't do anything anyways till I win a chalice, so. Once I can win that, I'll be 6-piece. It's alright, I'll just use my my guilt tripping to guilt trip Wubbles to take the Voss one so I can grab the council one since he was late.
Wait,
okay, loot's going out, guys. Pay attention.
It's just me and you on Chalice tonight, so we'll both
Buddy,
get
can you
one.
call out? If I get one more, I'll be good. I'll get my 4-piece, so that's fine with me if we split one.
Yeah, we only need 1 and 1.
Yeah, I just put them on chat. My SR's on Chalice because I didn't know.
Open roll, caster sandals, caster 2.
Look at that sexiness.
Rogue, priest, warlock.
Look
Yeah,
at that.
sorry,
Looks
my-
like
my
this is
holding
this is supposed to be a pole axe, but I think this is just an axe. I mean, look at that shit. That's just a two-handed axe. That's all that is.
For
Anyone
shield.
except Noonian.
Take it for Ospec. I don't need it.
Hey,
I also don't because I don't use shields.
Hey, bloody.
I don't want him to have it. What's up?
Read your messages, you scrub.
Where are you whispering me on?
I don't know. Wherever your real ID shit's going.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wait, I think I went.
I've found an interesting new bug that that WoW has. So if
tanking
Yeah, I
belt
definitely went the wrong
or
way.
boots. I'm sorry.
if people have characters on multiple servers that are the same name, when I try to message your mage, it tries to send it to the Dream Scythe version. I cannot directly message you here anymore.
Same with the Matistes mage over in Dream Scythe.
Yeah.
Starter pistol.
Really, tank. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Guy wins literally
Yoink.
everything, man.
No, that's whatever.
You got this. You guys, come on, let's see what your rolls are. What?
Damn.
Holy.
Van, what the fuck? Oh, sorry.
I wanted the 4-piece.
You know what?
I wanted it bad. It's alright. I think Noonion's getting 4-piece with this chalice now too. So.
Yeah, Noon, I got you, Noon. You can have that. It's fine. I'll trade it to you in a second.
Where the fuck?
Pulls us all the way back down.
57 at Jill.
Oh, this one did either. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. Found it.
I'm happy you got a belt too. Maybe his DPS will be higher because he's not having to hold up his pants with his other hand anymore.
Healing cloth legs.
We can go turn this stuff in, correct?
Hey.
Yep.
Van says if you ever question his dedication to getting back, he's just now on patchwork and he started
Rogue
at 8 o'clock.
priest, warlock.
That's my
That's
4-set,
wild.
baby!
Congrats.
Okay, I feel better now.
And it's turn in the chalice piece first and then the token, correct?
Yes, though I think they fixed it. But yes, do that to be safe.
Bro, I've been fucked this whole goddamn.
Any more pieces? Are we done?
You used all your luck on other characters.
Christ, Tank, do you roll
Alright.
well?
Is there a timer on 5 minutes?
Guess that's it.
Just hurry to get your shit. Like, don't fucking. Please hurry. If we mark 5 minutes, it's not gonna matter. It's gonna take a couple more minutes than 5 to get people shit and get back. But just try to get back as quickly as you can. Also, if you're not leaving, or if you're, looks like both the other warlocks are in New Avalon, so that's fine. Just whichever warlock gets back first, wait outside the raid instance and set up a portal to get people there, please.
Yep, and if you don't need tier, just be back in 4.5 minutes.
All right.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
What do you want? I already fed you. You want to sit on my lap? No.
Feed her again.
Are you talking to your dad?
No, I'm talking. No, I have a.
Oh, that was good. Thank you. I needed that.
Jesus.
Yeah. Go look for the boulder while people are doing this. That's a great time.
No, my
Kaz
cat's
has
just
the
being a bit of a
macro set
diva.
up.
Hey, Bloody, did you leave the zone?
No.
Can you drop a Iron Forge portal?
Yeah, I'm at the chapel, or at the chapel up here by the portal.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Noon. Once I get back into the raid, I'll hand that gun to you.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. I know it's good for
I
both
did
of us,
not
but
mean
it's
to
probably
click
better for you.
Sorry about that, Bloody.
Motherfucker.
Good job, Bloody.
Palace.
Brook Street.
I'll pluck my paladin out to help summon.
Yeah, if you could do that, that could be great. Because if I win the roll on the fucking council one, I can hearth the Light's Hope and just get my 6-piece.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
Who's winning, Bloody?
Seraphira.
Bloody's always winning.
Okay,
Who?
that's valid.
Mike down. Wait. That was Seraphir.
I go buy a
Oh,
helmet
wow,
too.
that's
'cause,
four Essence of Air also. Ugh.
Fucking midget never made my shit.
I fucking hate the Bloodhounds. What a bitch.
270 gold? Oh well.
You guys need a chest or something? I can, if somebody gives you the pattern, I can make. I have like 30 bloods.
Oh, I just needed the headpiece.
Is it the same vendor to get the?
No, the token is from Light's Hope.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Just
Yeah,
gotta
it's
figure
the undead guy.
Try to get back ASAP. We have a minute left.
I would love to.
I'm gonna be a couple. Sorry, I have to get a piece from each one, and I'm also sending a mat over to enchant the boots with. Going as fast as I can.
That's fine. As long as we get the next 2 bosses down, I'll be happy.
I wish that they had just put this version of the NPCs in the instance for this.
They always
So,
figure that out
really
later,
nice.
but they never do it when it's relevant.
Yep. I mean, they did it for MC and BWL, so I don't know why they did, and AQ. I don't know why they didn't do it for Nax and Enclave.
because they hate us.
Did you end up getting your 2-piece knot with the fragment, or no? I forget.
So
No, that was one piece.
Oh, nice.
I wouldn't call it nice, but.
Do we want to send one of the warlocks out, or are we just waiting for Vesipeth?
Oh,
Just
one of the
start
warlocks will
summoning.
be at the gate eventually.
Well, we've got a few. We've got Nestria and Iron Forge, and
Oh yeah, no, and I'm flying back, so I click the fucking portal.
well, You're also a dumbass, but
True.
Guess I'll just go start flying back. Thought we were supposed to have summons out. Wait. Oh, nothing.
Do we have a closet outside? I'm almost about to.
Nope.
Okay.
I'll be back. I've got a headset on.
That's a 1% hit. So I get a bonus hit percent. I get a bonus crit percent. It's got actually 4 less agility, but the focus fire buff give me 4% increased damage per stack. Oh, per stack consumed, but yeah. But it gives it to me for 20 seconds, so that's not bad.
Yes, good, because you understood the assignment. Oh, I guess we have a. There's a closet out right now. If we had another click here.
Hey, Bloody.
Yo.
What does the poleaxe have to do with the 2-set bonus? I'm not seeing the.
No, it's just like the overall DPS increase.
Oh, gotcha.
Comparing Lone Wolf to that.
You've got to change your rotation now and include that you need to change your bracer rune and cast use your stacks of the buff that you get for having a pet out.
The focus fire.
Kind of wild. Focus fire, yeah.
Yeah, it's an extra 20% damage if you keep it up. I don't know what it equals out to because I think that it just about offsets it. Like going from Lone Wolf, losing that 25% damage to going to the weapon with the 20% damage from the fucking
I'll drop
focus
another
fire.
closet. Oh, no, we got one. Okay. Here, click mine. I'm gonna go grab a enchant out of the bank and then I'll be done. But click this portal to summon myself back.
Is Phazon back? Do we want to? Oh, I guess we gotta wait for you anyways.
It'll take me like 30 seconds. I'll be right back. I have a summon waiting right now.
Well, as I say, we can probably get a portal from the front, so we can just summon everyone else
So,
up front.
That could be
Or
pretty.
anyone else need summon?
Yeah, that could definitely
When I
be
get
pretty
back, we'll see
powerful.
Summons, I'll drop a closet.
Snow boulder, I'm guessing.
So your pet's getting a buff on it,
and then
it's focus fire buff, and then you can consume them.
All right, everyone, get to the fucking cathedral so we can start clearing trash.
Up to 5 stacks. I don't know why we weren't continuing to clear trash while everybody else was running out and doing shit, but the hell do I know? But yeah, it looks like I can.
Okay, do we have everybody, or should I drop a closet out here?
I can switch
No,
that
we have
bracer
Phazon
enchant,
summoning
which
us.
will give the ability to get those, and it allows the pet to do. I think it was extra crit damage.
Probably likely, Kaz, that it's not
I mean,
here.
you did sell all my stuff that I gave you to craft.
Oh no, it's the pet's attack speed as well. So 6% attack speed
And
for
then it
10
took you a while
seconds
to understand
per
what I was
stack
saying
for the
today.
pet. And then if I consume them, it gives me 3% attack speed per stack for me. Did that say for 20 seconds?
Summon me out.
Was the other one's for 20 seconds? Yeah, so that one lasts for 10 seconds.
Do we have an enchanter?
But the
Any
poleaxe
minor
also
adjectives?
gives me 4% increased damage for 20 seconds as well. So that's 20% increase on damage for as long as that's up. But the pet only gets focus fire every time he crits.
yeah.
Is that right?
You said minor added G to boot?
Yeah, or not. I'm sorry, not agility. Movement speed.
No, wait. Each time it uses
It's a vendor enchant. You
basic
can have it.
attack. Okay, so it just needs to basic attack and it gains a stack. So that's pretty huge. So I'm gonna have to make a weak aura that will have a bigger,
we're
like a
all
bigger
here as
presence
well.
on the screen that will tell me
Well,
how many stacks
in
of
the raid,
focus
at
fire
least.
the thing has, so I can pop it the instant that I get 5. So yeah, that's pretty huge. So I'm gonna have to play around with that a little bit and see how that works. Because I mean, otherwise, it's really, if you're not doing that aspect of it, it's not actually better damage. So it's like this staff is actually just kind of a mediocre upgrade
you buy
without
the
that. If you're
DPS
not
tier?
doing that version.
No, I bought one piece of the DPST.
So what I currently have TNT.
I turned it in and I equipped it because my fucking scroll wheel flicked and I thought I picked the right one.
You did the
Buddy.
exact same thing.
Can we change the guild message to all in caps? Don't buy the wrong tier, because it's 3 people in 2 days, and that's like a massive
Yeah.
fucking waste. Like,
It
we
is.
gotta stop doing that. Like, holy shit. Yeah, everybody get inside. Let's start.
I didn't
let's
go
start getting
full.
this
I
trash.
at least have 3 of the 6 pieces.
Yeah,
How
you're not the only one to do it. Like, it's obviously people are having trouble with this, so we need to do something.
Well,
to fix
it,
it.
I mean, it sucks. It is what it is. Just don't SR that same piece again for now.
This may I don't know. I may be misunderstanding
Chalice piece.
what's happening here, but when you go to buy a new piece of gear and you mouse over it, doesn't it show you the set bonus that you currently have or the bonus that you will make by wearing it?
Yeah.
It also shows you the highlighted pieces that you're currently wearing.
Yeah, yeah. Look for that, guys, when you're buying, so you don't accidentally buy the wrong thing. It's very, very obvious if you look for
Yeah,
that.
we had
Sometimes people
3
get
people do it
distracted.
on Thursday. It's all good, man. Like, it's not just
actually
you.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Mine actually doesn't show current highlighted set bonuses when I hover over a piece in.
Are you looking at the right set?
To pull, please be ready. We need to kill the stuff, so I'm pulling. Yeah, here we go. Kill a skull.
I like.
Oh, this motherfucker.
This just goes to show you what I talk about how like soft core people are
I'll do
in
the rest. Be quick on decurses.
in this. It's like we're literally talking about people playing a class that has multiple specs, and they're literally buying the wrong set gear for their spec. Like,
Sorry, I'm trying to
like basically they're a holy paladin. They're a holy paladin. They're buying ret paladin gear. It's like, what the fuck?
Let me throw in fucking reckless and everything else on it so that I can pull it off.
It's like, how do you fuck that up? Like, how do you make that mistake?
Do not kill the
We're
Archmagus.
okay.
Skill issue.
And I pointed out the like I was pretty sure, but I was like, I'm kind of certain that when you look at a piece of set gear, if you're wearing some of that set gear, it tells you that when you're looking at the piece that you want to buy, you know, because it'll tell you when you mouse over a piece of gear, like right here, it's like there's all the pieces of the Dawnstalker, and if I'm wearing one of those, it's highlighted. So you know, I'm not wearing any of those currently. That's why it's not highlighted. But yeah, I mean, it's just. I'm like, how do you fuck that up?
Single decurse. I didn't see anything.
Noonium stuck him behind the pillar so we wouldn't AoE everybody with it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't see a single one go out of my bars. That's why I was like, what?
I mean, this is just kind of the common sense things that I say
everyone's up. Let's
that
keep going.
when we're building our hardcore team in Anniversary, we can't have shit like that happening. It's like you can't have people that don't understand the basic mechanics of the game. The sad part about it is that concept, I think, has been around since the beginning. It's like at any time, if you look at a piece of gear, it will tell you if you're wearing any of those pieces of gear. Like, I mean, we're just killing trash right now, so I'm just gonna fucking auto shot, and I'm gonna go see if I can prove this point really quickly. Well, this could be a problem if the tanks are dying. Oh yeah, we're all gonna die.
Rallied.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm just gonna
or two
look at a piece of Nax gear here. We'll go to tier 3. We'll go to Hunter. See, it's showing no gear here, but this is the melee set.
Casters back here that are free casting.
Oh well, I'm straight up dead.
Oh, it's the
But yeah, like if I mouse over any piece, even in Atlas loot, it's like you're wearing 7 of 9. Here are the 7 pieces that you're wearing. If I look at the set that is the other set, here is the melee set, 0 of 9. This is not the set you want to buy. I mean, Like, how stupid can you be?
Yeah, I went to 136. I'm
So
usually
we've
up
had
here.
6 people that have bought wrong
Ruby's
fucking
going back
gear
to the-
in this guild now, and this is the
Keep
SOD
fighting.
guild, not the
Stand up
anniversary
and
guild.
stand up
But
and
it's like,
walk.
this is the kind of shit that I won't put up with in the anniversary guild. It's like, you don't know enough about this game
Wanna
to
get
even
to
know how to buy the
council
right
and
piece
get
of fucking
boss
gear.
down ASAP.
Come on.
If you're dead, just run back.
How can you be so bad?
Hey, if we're dead, should we run back?
Yes.
Probably yeah.
Yes, of course.
I'm dead, so I'm just going to release. I don't seem to be getting a res.
If you run back, you are dead.
It's alright, we'll keep.
I mean, these guys are hilarious to raid with. I mean, don't get me wrong. We're at, like,
Realized
most of the
you guys
time
were
we're having a
teabagging,
pretty
I was
good
like,
time
"Damn,
here.
this guy's not
And
releasing."
I mean, to be fair,
Fuck this guy.
hey guys, I released, but then somebody res me. I think we should fire that guy. We just said run back.
Are you sleeping? Are you dead? Are you eating? You are looting. Okay.
I mean, there's some fun things that happen here. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I mean, as far as like I have a good time just like shit talking these guys too. And I mean, and most of them know that I'm doing it because a lot of them, you know, will get in here and watch from time to time. So I mean, you know, they know if they're doing shitty stuff or silly stuff. But it's like a lot of the people that are causing problems are not the people that I actually associate with all that much. But yeah, sometimes I do. I mean, I rag on Yoder a lot too, but I mean, he gets in here and actually watches. So, and, you know, he'll talk up and.
Yes,
So,
but I'd rather just us keep killing shit.
I don't feel bad for shit talking people because I mean at the end of the day it's not something I would just straight up say to their face because like I just don't have patience for people that don't belong in certain types of environments.
That's
I swear,
rough,
world buffs in the hallway are going to cause a fucking epileptic seizure for somebody.
I guess they shouldn't have
crazy.
seizures.
Just something else to sue
That'll
Blizzard
teach 'em,
over.
Right? Yeah, true. Money. Money.
I think they have a mode for like no flashing lights or something.
Should we just go in and then pull boss?
No. Oh my god.
I have it.
Bring it away. Don't attack.
Spread out
me
range.
until the
Get out of the
ads.
gold circle.
Other tanks grab the soldiers. Other tanks grab the soldiers.
Huh?
The ads, correct?
Yeah, get the ads dead, please. I mean,
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, I couldn't see that well because of the wall, but like I was outside of it and it still hit me when it was passing. That's weird. I don't know if that was a one-shot mechanic or if I had just taken damage over time and just got ticked by it. Because I was standing in it when it first came through, but I ran out and then I died. But like I wasn't seeing damage. It looked like it was just a one-shot mechanic. It's like I was out of it, so why did I die?
It's a cool thing, but it's still ugly.
Oh, with that.
But Chad, he said to Chad when he Chad.
I've only seen this room twice at this point.
Then Chad regretted
And
it immediately.
Stone, I'm gonna laugh my ass off if one of those circles kills you.
I know. I almost.
Oh my god, that's broken.
Can we just give this haha immune guy guild lead now?
What, has he been resin you nonstop?
No. If the fountain's immune.
Oh, fountain is safe? Really? Oh shit.
back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Everybody out, everybody out.
That is smart.
Imagine being the guild lead and not even knowing the mechanics.
Explosion thing now.
Hey, fuck you. I am accepting my death here. I'm tab target living bombing everything.
Have a game time. Come on, Brock.
Look at all those little numbers popping up. Love it. I need a target that's not in my face. Boom. Look at that. Target that is not in my face. Thank you.
I'm still going.
I did one swipe as they immediately run out and no AoE was on the ground.
Want to buy more crits on traps.
I've got my 10 or whatever is getting hit by my cleave, but I can't hold any more than that.
I lived.
So Ravagane does work.
Get out.
Does.
Wait, you mean the AoE weapon works on AoE?
Yeah.
What the hell you
So
say?
weird, dudes.
I know, right? Who would have thought?
I mean, to be fair, it is Blizzard, so it's. I mean, that could have been a valid argument.
Did 1
That is
million.
an insane weapon.
Yeah. I didn't know if maybe it was gonna be like target capped or something, like they like to do.
Dude, if I could have that on my mage plus a living bomb, that would be be a fun time.
Alrighty.
I'm out corner.
No
So
one
I
go to the
don't
timeout corner.
think we need Beagle tanking on this, right? We have Tankson and Union swapping on Vicious, nobody on Doan, me on Herod.
Just give me Kissel, and we got it.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. So Kissel, Tankson, and Union are all going to be on Vicious. Everybody else is going to be nuking the fuck out of Doan. I will have Herod. Just make sure that you're dodging whirlwinds, and when we're down to just the two, I'm going to peel some people off to help me kill Herod and get their HP even. Don't kick Doan unless he's in a bad spot, except at the beginning of the fight. So kick him in the beginning so he doesn't just stay in place and cast. Once he's up in the side areas where you want to DPS him, then stop kicking him. Unless he teleports on top of like Herod or Vicious, then you can kick him to get him to move. Also, if he lands on top of Vicious, you guys need to move Vicious, okay? But not to Herod. Yeah, so kill Doan, then we'll kill the other two, and we'll adjust as we.
So
as we
last
go.
week, this group
If
saw
you
this for the
see
first time, and we
whirlwinds moving
one-shot
around
it.
the room, you can move through
I
them.
have a funny
Like, if
feeling
they're
we're going to
moving
be
to
here
the
for a
left,
while.
You move to the right to go through them, and you'll take very little damage. Or you can hug the walls and let them go past you. You'll take very little damage there too. But just don't chase around sitting in a whirlwind because you'll die. If you see light circles on the ground, move out of them. Don't move out of a couple and then stop moving. You need to keep moving until the light circles stop appearing. Just don't stand in light circles. They hurt. Don't stand in fire. That also hurts.
Flasks are
Can we get a
running out
beast
too.
midget if you have dropped one?
Yep. Reconsume as well.
Did you see what Lesson said in chat?
Oh, ask someone else to spell. I am very bad lagging. Oh yeah, she's lagging a lot. If someone else can
Okay.
dispel.
Sure. Crystal, can you be responsible for primarily dispelling on this fight, please? We have a lot of debuffs that go out, and a lot of them are slows, and we need those to be dispelled, and you can hit 2 debuffs in one cast. So if you can make that your focus and let Danae focus on healing, and then the rest of the healers can focus on healing as well.
Stank, are you there?
You need to summon.
He needs a 1, 2, 3.
Just I see you right down the hall.
We'll be in a fucking lazy shit.
I wasn't in my keyboard at first.
I think all the dispels.
There's
Oh, yeah.
a feast.
Someone to follow.
There's a
Right.
feast down here. If you don't, if
Oh.
you, don't, if you need feast.
Tree fitty.
Yep, eat the fish back here, please, if you haven't already. Once you're set, get into the room, hug the walls, don't pull the bosses. Hopefully my pet doesn't do it. Come on, pet. Okay, good.
It's a pretty good low range.
Oh. That means I'm going to have another button to have to hit.
Sounds good, Kissel.
I wonder if I could just combo that button into pet attack. And that way I could just keep hitting pet attack.
Alrighty. If this is clean, we're going. Let's get another clean one shot just like last week.
Yep.
You just had to say something, didn't you?
Yeah. Remember what we did last week and do it again. That's what I'm saying. Crystal, you're going right where I'm going to park Herod. You don't want to be there, trust me.
Moving him.
Make sure you're calling your kicks.
Tankson's got him, and he's not moving him.
I
got it. Got the kick. Rallying.
Kick.
We can live
Yep.
through this. Kick the next one.
Yep, heavy heals.
Could we interrupt Doan so he
We
moves?
have to move Vicious a lot. Okay, don't move now.
Okay, don't.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah, just stand in fire, stand in fire, stand in fire.
Who missed the kick?
So Vicious was right on top of Doan and knocked blast waved everyone back and then cast Field Secrets with no one in range.
Okay.
That was just a shitty reposition on Doan.
That's hilarious.
It's a good thing I didn't pop my
One
Xanser
shot
there.
this boss. First time seeing it last week. This week,
I was thinking about it, but
done.
I mean, Doan can't move, so it's got to be Vicious.
Sid Vicious.
But when Doan is standing on top of Vicious, that's when the kicks come back in. Any melee who's not kicking Vicious needs to kick Doan until he gets the fuck out of there so they can put Vicious back where he's supposed to go.
yeah.
Did somebody kick Doan or something? That's why.
I don't know. I want
No.
Doan kicked in the beginning so he's not on the floor, and then I want Doan kicked if he's ever on top of where Vicious is supposed to be. Other than that, no kicks on Doan at all.
So there's also
I'll
a
switch
cooldown
to.
on there's a 30-second cooldown on the blink. Doan's first blink was to right on top of Vicious.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you have to move Vicious, just like you called. That's correct. Also, if Doan pops on top of Vicious like that, call it out so that like the mages can help with the kicks in case there's a blast wave. So Seraphira especially, but AT&T if you can as well. Just be ready for callouts like when he's vanished or if he teleports on top of Doan. You guys need to help fill in for those kicks if the melee all get punted away from him.
Yeah, it's fine, definitely. I have a macro, just let me know when that happens. I didn't hear a call out for it.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying, like, this time I need people to be calling that out. If they do call it out, just keep Vicious as your target until he casts, and then use your counterspell, and then go back to whatever.
Cauldron's still down.
If you don't need Cauldron, you shouldn't get it because your hitbox gets bigger and then you take more damage from the fire.
Does it work that way? Shit. Alright, I'll take it off.
Fine. I just like being a giant demon warlock, okay? But yeah, I'll shrink.
Once Stone and Ellery get here, I'll buff.
Stone and Ellery?
Or sorry, a Stank and Ellery.
Do we got another feast, or should we just use personal food?
I think I'll drop another one once everyone's here. Just has a short timer. It's in back by the timeout corner.
All right.
Sun's gonna
I'm
drop.
gonna take
off.
one more small break here. Be back in
Yeah, sure.
about 3 minutes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Stop attacking. Stop attacking.
Okay.
Oops. No, I'm not coming back.
What do you want, cat? Okay, sit on my lap.
Bro, my cat
Are
is...
you dead yet?
Am I dead yet? I've been dead. I clapped almost immediately.
I did not realize that I didn't have the live screen back.
So Vez,
that's.
do you want me to start on?
I had another screen up.
Wall, get that strike. You take it, and then I should have a shield wall up. And you know.
I've been talking and everything. Had the mic muted.
You mean having a shield wall for the first ignite? Is that what you're talking about?
No, for her first imbalancing.
And then I saw, "Are you going to come back?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Am I going to come back?"
We should be taunting on unbalancing, so I don't want you to.
Well, yeah.
Well, I was like, "Wait a minute."
I want you to be saving shield wall for ignite. I want the melee to spread for ignite, but I also want a big cooldown on us for each ignite, just to be on the safe side. So, ignites should be a shield wall and then a pain sub for me. That's what it should be.
This is why I've tried to convince them to get the Omen, or not, the Nova Raid tools, because I didn't see the repair bot, and I didn't get to repair. And it's like, if they would have been running Nova Raid Companion, somebody could have looked at that and been like, "Dude, your gear's red, repair." Like, I really just, I don't understand why they don't.
I want to kill this boss. Let's go.
Why they don't do that.
Yes, sir. Once everyone's up, I'm gonna drop world buff.
You got my attention. Get in the hallway too, so we can buff you and everyone in line of sight.
All I feel is fucking whiskers on my forearms. This is the most uncomfortable feeling I've ever had.
I just got shivers sent up my spine. Thank you.
My cat's just like very happy to see me.
20 gold repair bill.
My cat's breath smells like cat food.
Oh, you laying down? You make biscuits on me now? Okay. I've already fed you twice.
Careless whispers. Careless whiskers.
Okay, so nobody but tanks moving forward at this point. We're gonna pull the ship back into the hallway. Did you want to drop world buffs to trash, Bloody?
Yes.
We still have two
people
not here.
Oh, well,
Leave
they're
trash it at the
slow.
boss. People are gonna die on this trash. It's fine. Noon, go ahead and grab the next set.
It seems to think there's a quest in there that I hadn't picked up.
Kill Skull.
I don't know what that is. Maybe somebody drops a quest item or something. I don't know. Weird.
Hailstone, look out! Hailstone, look out! Hailstone.
Oh
god! Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Right in the middle.
I was just frozen in that shit.
That should be it, I think, right? For
How
the bad
are you?
pats. No, 4. Yeah, when you pull the name mob, it pulls everything in there.
Well, he pet.
It's hard to avoid.
I mean,
You an idiot, cat?
gives a
I
timer
bet you
here.
run at least 2 miles an hour into that fucking screen door.
Yeah, cat's gonna cat.
I love my cat. Sometimes.
Fair.
So the next boss we're doing is Lillian Voss.
Back it up. We're still pulling into the hallway.
Guess that could aspect here, make it a little faster. But yeah, we got to this boss last week and we didn't get the kill on it, so guess we'll see if we can pull it off this week. I think they nerfed it. They did some sort of a nerf to it, so should be a little easier than it was last week.
Alright, we can move in.
Okay, let's go.
Jesus.
Hmm.
Just the Sunder
Oh, yeah.
spam we fucking record.
For Page's midget, I only need, I think, 2, 3, and 6. So if those don't drop, I don't even know who was supposed to be next. I think it was Yo-Diddy's, but he's not here today.
The fucking bitch.
What a troll.
I know.
Oh, look, it's 3.
Nice.
Fiery pages.
Alright, so the buff, Tankson, that the gun gives is called Unguard.
Oh, no capture for you, Nil.
Unguard.
Like what a
Just
fencer
doing 6
says?
now.
Alright, let's.
All right, Tankson, you can go DPS for this. It's going to be me and Noonian on the boss. Noonian is going to start, and we'll actually no. Let me start, and
unfortunately.
we'll swap on debilitatings. We're not really going to be able to bait Ignite because she just does it whenever the fuck she wants. So we'll be swapping on debilitatings. Both of us are vocal, so just when you see it, call it, and one of whoever's not on her will talk. The effects that this boss does, mostly it's going to be different sized circles under your feet. So the biggest circles under your feet are blue circles. She usually does this either right before or right after she pulls everybody on top of her. Bloody is going to call out the names of 4 people who get these blue circles under their feet. They're really, really big. When you get your name called out, if you've got the big blue circle under your feet, which you will if you hear your name, you run that out to the edge of the room. All the way out to the edge as far as you can get and drop it out there. And try not to run with other people. Try to, like, if you can, ideally, we have 4 people go to 4 separate corners of the room and they blow up out there. The next circles that are under your feet, I believe, are like yellow circles. They're medium-sized circles. Those you need to run out also to the edge of the room. Wiggle your character if there's one near you or it looks like it could be you, because those have to go out to the edge of the room. They drop a pile of poison underneath you and we don't want that in the raid. The next circles that go under your feet are small red circles. That is Ignite. those will share damage with anybody else who's close to you with the red circle. Everybody gets red circles under the feet. So basically what it means is everybody spreads out about 3 yards away from each other. So like the distance between me and my pet are about fine, like this right here. You want to be about this far away. So you've got a good like 3 or 4 yards between you and the next person. And when I say everybody spreads out, that includes melee. I don't give a shit about your parse. You need to move, use the center area around the boss. There's not a ton of melee today, but you guys have to spread out. And the reason for this is because it does a bunch of damage, and the less HP that the raid has as a whole, the more attack speed the boss gets. So if you stack in and take a bunch of damage from Ignite, and the raid isn't able to be healed up, the boss will fucking melt the tank. And that's why we were losing last week. So you need to spread out, including melee. Everybody fucking spreads out on Ignite, no exceptions. Also, on Ignites, if Noonian is tanking the boss, he's going to pop a shield wall. If I am tanking the boss, I need a pain suppression. So, let's see. We'll start with Wesna first. So when I call for a pain suppression, Wesley, you're going to be giving that to me first, and then if I end up needing another one later, I'll get it from Crystal. So just be ready to pain sup me, please.
Just to confirm, you said I can DPS this fight, yeah?
You should be able to. I think that's fine. We should be able to keep the tanks up. So, I mean, like if the tanks die, generally it's a wipe anyway. So we just need to keep the tanks alive.
Roger.
And the faster she dies, the better that happens. So. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this fight. The only other thing is that the boss is going to do a debilitating strike. So she's going to have a short cast bar called debilitating strike. It'll go out on the tank, and then a second after the debilitating strike goes out, the other tank taunts to make sure if it's a double debilitating strike, we don't spread them through the tanks because we only want one tank to take this at a time. Puts a massive healing debt on the tank who takes it, which means the other tank's going to taunt, which means they need heals, but both tanks will need heals because you have to heal through the debilitating strike until the debuff goes off. So make sure we've got a couple paladin healers, just beacon both of the tanks and make sure that we're both getting rid of that debuff. But yeah, circles under your feet, get them out to the edge of the raid. If they're little tiny red circles under your feet, spread out and kill the boss and make sure the tanks don't die. Ranged, you don't want to be out here on the edge of the room because you'll line of sight healers. So you need to be either up on the ledge here or at the edge of the inner square. But don't be all the way out to the edge of the room because first of all, we're going to drop our circles, and second of all, the healers won't be able to heal you. So give as much room in the middle to the melee as possible, but be on the edges. All right.
Feast in the back.
Okay, eat your feast.
Do not dispel. Do
Good call. Dispel. Yeah, the yellow circles that go under your feet that you drop out at the edge of the room, if those are dispelled, they will just drop the poison directly underneath. So we just do not dispel at all in this fight. We let the timer tick down on its own. Gives the person plenty of time to get that shit to the edge of the wall. So do not dispel at all.
Embrace your inner stank. Do nothing.
That's correct.
I wasn't doing it anyway.
Okay, check your flasks too. And do not freaking shoot this boss. Let me get into position. Don't go crazy.
Oh, I'm not doing shit. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking to you.
Oh yeah.
All right, everybody inside the room, move up to diamond. At least up to diamond here. Make sure you're inside the room. Remember, range. Don't stay on the edge. You will not get heals, and that's bad. So. Alright, everyone's ready. Give me a pull timer to get this boss.
Sorry, smoking crack.
You're good, you're good.
Okay.
5, 4,
Gotta do
3,
lines.
2, 1.
I don't know why people are overthreading me right now.
Okay, that's weird. What the fuck? I have threat? How?
I don't know.
Safe now.
It doesn't make any sense. And
yeah, I even waited.
James, stank. Get
Snuggles,
those out. Get
Gucci,
those out.
Crystal, stank.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Get out, get out, get out.
It's okay.
If you don't have the circle, you're staying in.
I don't really understand what happened there.
Noonan's
Like
down.
the
Oh, yeah,
debuff
I
popped
see
and I
it.
just like instantly died.
Spread.
I think somebody else ran out here and stacked on me.
Paints up me. Paints up me. I need Nooney
I don't know. I have to go back and look at the video
Yeah,
on that
Nooney
one.
up,
That
otherwise
that
I'm
was
just gonna
weird.
die.
Yeah, it's Han Depot
Get him
Beagle
now.
and Gucci with a res.
Maybe I was just tunnel visioning because I was
You're
trying to
up
figure out why I
immediately.
was pulling threat off the
Grass.
tank when I, as a rule, it normally doesn't happen.
It's a Denia Don pulls Han Depot.
I need a taunt as soon as you can. I need
And I'm
rebuffs on
using shield
Nooney.
wall.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm popping buffs for noon.
Thank you. Keep moving. I forgot about this. Jump. Jump or you'll get stunned. Jump or move or you get stunned. If this stacks up to 5, you get stunned.
What, a Sonic the Hedgehog toy? Hey, by the way, I was
Rotating, I'm
thinking
taunting
if you want, if we
Come on,
can
let's go.
get up at a reasonable time, maybe we can go see the Minecraft movie on Wednesday.
Grass, get ready to run the circles out
All
after we get
during
grass.
crystal pulls.
Run them out, run them out, run them out.
Yeah, we still got a bunch of those tickets
Watch
to
the
burn. I
rotating,
think
watch it too.
there's like 16 left in there or something. So
There it is, taunt now. Unstable. Get those out.
I have no CDs. Give me a bark. Give me a bark.
we can go see that, and then we can go see the
Keep him up.
How to Train Your Dragon movie too,
Grass.
if you want.
Don't run these out. Wait till the
Snuggles,
grass.
Dara, Vezikath, and Stank.
Okay, running out, running out.
Taunt.
Taunting now.
Got it.
Sorry, it targeted me with the thing. I had to run it out.
You're good, bud.
Spread.
Ignite. Dara,
Spread.
rally.
Spread out.
Dara,
Paints up,
rally.
paints up, paints up, paints up with Vezika. Debilitating, taunt.
I'm gonna taunt here in a second.
It's fine.
Got it.
Okay. Grass.
I need a bark. I need a bark.
I'm not seeing who has it.
I have one.
It hasn't gone out yet.
I see it.
She just grasped with no blue. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, it was supposed to go out. I'll take it.
Taunting now. It's on Vezika.
That's because you don't have any, you have debilitating ones.
I need heals.
I got you, I got you.
Move.
I waited like half a second before I taunted. That's annoying, but whatever. Good job healing me through that. Debilitating, taunt.
Do the movies, yeah.
Here's the ground.
Has Gucci, Scald, Tank.
Yeah, that'd be
run
fine.
out.
Using shield wall.
Tanks have debilitating right now.
You only have Wesna heals up, so use your buffs. And
Taunting.
she's
It's
gonna-
on Vezika. Oh, wow.
Noon's down.
And then we got to dispel. or
Dude,
something.
why does it fucking targets tanks with that shit, man? That's such crap.
It's all good. We
That
have
was
a next pull.
Yeah, that was a really good pull.
That's
Yeah,
a really good
16%
recovery
first
from
pull, so-
some fucking bullshit, is what it was. Like, but she every single time it was on Noonian. If you could target me with one of the circles that targeted me, that's just such horseshit, dude.
Do you know
At least we'll potentially get an extra kill here. We got 13 more minutes, so we won't get any pulls on the
I was
last
literally
guy.
spamming Searing Pain that entire time. I even opened on the countdown with an Immolate and then into Searing, and people were still ripping. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I was so confused because I waited. I was even doing scorches just to get my stacks up, and then I popped CDs and I'm like, wait, what?
I don't know. That was very weird.
Just real quick, since the damage doesn't seem to be too much of a problem, Bloody, should you go heals for this just to make sure that we get it?
Yeah, I don't care.
Why does it suck to be a lock take? They're like the best tank in the game right now.
Yeah, the extra healing, especially during
Broken as shit.
reduced tank damage. Hey there. Yeah, Tankson, why don't you just go tank for this just in case one of us goes down?
One.
If you get like the blue circle or the green circle or something, and
Normally he doesn't have a problem getting threat. There's something weird happened there. I don't know what it was, but
so the tank can run out.
That is fair too.
How did I get one shot with unstable concoction?
we were actually doing really well, Matisse, but
If it stacks up to 5, it doesn't
some stupid shit happened. We ended up having to do like
that's the one mechanic.
4 pulls on the dragon boss for some reason because people wouldn't do shit.
Strikes with both weapons.
And then it took us like 3 or 4 attempts on council as well
No, I
after
know, that's
one-shotting
why
it
whenever
last
the
week.
debilitating finishes casting, I'm usually like giving it a full second before I taunt. Or
But
call
we
for a
we
taunt.
got started fast. And
If you need
that was the
nature
first pull on
protection
boss
potions,
and
trade Scald,
13%.
he has some.
We probably would have killed him, but the very first set of like I was stacked up against like this wall here, basically
Helmet?
on Voss when we first started, and the 3 green circles that put the poison on the ground,
Which
everybody
helmet was
on
it?
that side of the room were the people that got targeted with those, and a couple of us
Oh,
died because
okay.
we like
Second class
somebody
boss
tried to
got
like thread the needle and dropped.
Yeah, sorry, man.
So 2 of us dropped poison on ourselves, and then someone else dropped poison
Oh,
on
that
both
was
of us, and it just like instantly killed us.
Yeah, if you win something, as soon as you get into range, just trade it. Trade him, and it'll auto trade you.
Yeah, but we went on a 5-minute break and then I forgot about it.
Yeah, that's all good.
When my tank said I'm already.
Yeah, honestly, the tank
So
damage during the
if we hadn't have lost
way
those
more
people at the
manageable
beginning of
than
the,
other
like it was literally the first
We seem
the
to,
first
like,
mechanic that
fix
went
the
out.
Stupid, like,
So
random bad shit that was happening.
yeah, if we'd have been there the whole fight, we
Yeah,
probably
that
could
was
have
good. Melee
between.
did
I think it was at least 2 people died from that, if not
Shield
3.
real quick,
That
and
probably
then
would have
I
been
think I have Minky
13%.
with me.
For the unstable concoctions, is not everybody gets it or something?
I think
Everyone should
Everyone
be getting
gets
it.
it. You just gotta keep moving.
No, but somebody exploded on me. My death loss.
Do you need a towel?
It does look like a dispel went off, probably accidentally.
Yeah, no
like,
dispel.
a lot of people died. You know what I mean? Like, don't do it.
The fest is down.
Yeah, let's get this cleaned up so we can get her done. Get boss down and have a nice night.
I didn't catch. Zith, did you figure out what the problem was there?
I don't know. It just was a fluke, I guess. I'm not really sure.
I want to blame Bloody. So.
True.
Just, I mean,
that guy.
just chill for a second. I mean, like, if you're using a threat meter and it should be pretty obvious. Like, if you're climbing quickly.
I mean, if
Just
I
be a
pull
couple
threat
seconds,
this
like,
time,
we have 10 minutes to kill this boss. It's not a race,
Come on, you
so
just
just
count
chill
for,
for a
like,
second.
5 steamboats.
Like, I should have a shitload of threat. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me, but how the fuck do I have 18,000 armor right now? What is going on?
As you go to the sauce.
Why
You
don't I
gotta have
like-
some runes on because you have just bought some new shit.
No, I put that shit on immediately.
Okay.
It's just boots, and I have that on. The shoulders don't have a rune, so. I'm just gonna open with my magic damage
It needs to be
cooldowns. Gives me
full
20%
food
damage
time.
boost too.
9 minutes.
Yeah, may as
9
well.
minutes until food time.
oh yeah, and tank. The reason why I was saying that is I'm healing spec now, so if I somehow rip threat, then
And it'll last for 20 seconds. Yeah,
Alright.
okay. I'm just gonna open with that.
Let's see. If maybe this time.
which
Tank.
groups have taken the most damage? Melee. I'm just gonna put.
I
beacons on
really
1 and 2.
hate these like
You should for
tight
melee for
quarters
sure,
fights. They suck so much as a
Same.
ranged character,
Let's go.
especially one that has a minimum shot or like a minimum dead window.
Give me a timer. I think, yeah.
Like if I could stand somewhere in the middle there, it probably wouldn't be as bad because at
5,
least you could see the
4,
ceiling. But I mean, even
3,
looking straight down,
2,
all I can see is
1.
myself. Okay, I waited like 3 seconds this time before starting to shoot. Hopefully he's got it.
Yeah, nobody's even close to me in threat right now. That was insane. Debilitating strength taunt.
Keep moving.
Keep moving.
Jump
the
Stack
thing.
high. Keep moving. Keep moving.
People aren't.
Stack
Rings
high.
down.
I need him up again,
Keep
please.
moving.
You lost 2 healers too.
What the hell happened?
They didn't.
Run out.
Nestria, Stank, Gucci, Snuggles.
Big heal. No, big
Safe
down.
now.
Just die. Stop healing.
Yeah.
Stop healing.
What?
So, okay. I'm gonna explain this again because we haven't gotten it even though we've explained it like 4 times. Unstable Concoction is a debuff that everybody gets that will start
Wait.
stacking up to 5 stacks. You need to move or jump to get rid of those stacks. If you do not, you will get stunned and you will blow up yourself and the people around you.
Someone's never played Wrath of the Lich King before.
You have to move, you have to jump. You just have to. If you just stand there and explode, we're gonna keep
Spread.
wiping.
I've tried.
Did someone try dispelling it? Is that the one that gets dispelled?
None of them.
That was my thought as well, Matisse.
It doesn't have
Because you have such that a long wait
Like,
after you get the debuff, but before you get pulled in. I was like, if you could run out and just get on the other side of that, so that you couldn't get pulled in, but it pulled me anyway. So I was like, oh, that's dumb. I may have to test it a little bit more and see if I can. Maybe I wasn't line of sighted quite good enough, but
I think it was already after we were wiping.
Oh, okay, then yeah, you're good then, haha.
Then you're fine, yeah. That was the only thing that made any sense to me. All right, then never mind me.
According to the death log, all of the deaths are intoxicating venoms stacks, and like it doesn't do a ton of damage until it hits 5, and then you just insta die.
Yeah, they both.
And people are literally just sitting in it, even though we're calling to jump. Like, I mean, are people not in Discord, not listening? Like, I don't understand. Like,
it's okay.
If we tell you to move or jump, like, you need to move or jump. Like, it's pretty. I mean, if you don't, you explode. So, please fix it.
Just pretend you're in a dope ass 90s music video. Chris Cross
True.
is gonna make you jump, jump.
I guess you're not coming back.
Are you gonna leave Tyrell dead on purpose, Stone, so you don't have to mess with him?
Will he count if he's in the room if he's dead?
He should be. He should count.
Yeah, it should count.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I could have just stayed dead the whole time then.
Yeah, just stay dead. Alright, get back here quickly, let's buff up. This is probably gonna be our last poll. Get her dead.
There's no reason why this boss should be giving us any trouble. Like, just fix the mechanics and it goes down. Simple as that.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, as long as that's fixed, it's good. Cause yeah, the 2 priests are our biggest healers for that, because they're instant cast heals.
And keep like an eye on like Noon and stuff, because he got clapped instantly there.
Yeah, Nini, was that a debilitating strike or what was that? I didn't even see.
I got hit 4 times twice for 2,000 each time. So I got hit 8 times pretty much for 2 grand pop.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I think 2 priests were dead. I had the thing, so I was running out. So I don't know. And then the debilitating strikes are probably getting healed by the Pallies.
Something has changed since last week, though. Like, I don't know what it is, but mana is actually a problem in combat again. So it's like the first time it's been an issue in SOD. It's like we're missing some classes or something.
Are you popping Greater Stone Shields for this, Union?
I didn't that time, because normally I wait one round, but this time I'll just do it right at the beginning.
Okay. I'm just checking. Like, I have a couple if you need them, so.
No.
Yes, I am good to go.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Taunt.
Got it.
Spread.
Ignite. Spread, ignite.
I'm shield wall.
And rally is up.
Do not get that close to the tanks.
It's gonna be Snuggles, Gucci, Wubs, and Beagle. Get out.
Taunting now. When we're spreading for ignite.
Yeah, Matisse, I was perfectly hidden behind the pillar that time, and
if you crowd the tanks when we're trying to do that,
no luck.
It can cause a problem. Please never crowd the tanks. And taunt now.
Bark skin on Noon.
Perk.
What's it done?
Here's the brass.
Jon, Scald, Zinful, haha, get out. Good job.
Taunting now.
Sorry, I moved it. You got it.
Keep moving.
She's in
Venom.
position.
Jump.
Stack
Jump.
high.
Yep,
Jump.
Jump.
please.
Everybody needs to move or jump. Do not let this
Keep
stack to
moving.
5.
Stack 5.
Keep
And
moving.
taunt.
Give me a rally, please.
Brass.
Rallying.
It's gonna be Kaz, Denia, Phazon, Nestria, run out.
Safe now.
Debilitating soon. I'm watching. Taunting now.
Move, jump.
Move. Everybody
Keep
jump or
moving.
move.
Jump.
Keep moving. Keep moving.
Here's the brass.
Aura,
Keep
AT&T,
moving.
Seraphira, haha, get out.
To build taunt. Good.
Got it. I need a bark skin.
Arkin.
Bet you are.
Spread.
Ignite.
Spread.
Darn
Nunian,
rally.
shift your right a little bit, Nunian. I'm
Yep,
taunting
and
the
I got my
boss
shield wall.
now.
I got my shield wall. I got my.
It's okay. I got my dodge cooldown. I have last stand.
Scald, Zinful, Crystal, Phazon, run out. Trash.
Even with shield wall, I don't like having you hold everything. And taunt. Taunt. Holy shit.
Bark skin.
Alright, we should have this.
Run out.
Run those out. Yellow circles to the wall. Good job.
Safe now.
Was the pop trinket?
Oh yeah, she has.
I'm
standard.
taunting
Run out.
now.
Nestria, Denia, Tank, Gucci, run out.
Safe now.
Dodge is up. Heal me, please.
5% killer.
It's really liking me here.
Rallying up again.
Yeah, I know.
Beautiful.
Good job.
It's a good
guys.
thing too because I don't suck at them.
I had 20,000 armor for that pull. 23. It went up. It just went up to 23k
Yes!
from inspiration.
Let's go,
I only had
baby!
19.
Ooh, duplicity,
Oh, I had
grats,
19.
man.
I'm gonna come. Okay, I'm good now.
I bet you are.
It went over. Okay, what?
Give that
I have
ingot to
18.
Van.
Do we need
Give
anything
that
in the
ingot to
box
Van.
in here?
Wubbs is passing it because he's gonna
Nothing
get his
here.
12 from the weekly.
Plate.
Nunian, I've got
Nothing.
18.6k armor and it's going over 75%. It's at 77.2.
Alright guys, that is going to be it for the night. I'm 1 minute past the hour and I am absolutely starving, so
Maybe
I'm gonna call it for the night.
18.619 armor right now. I don't know.
That's
Shit's crazy.
all we've got for the
Also-
raid. I am gonna be running again tomorrow. I'll probably be doing PvP most of the evening. We are doing a molten core run tomorrow night, assuming I can get enough people together. It's going to be a mostly pug run, so if you want some entertainment out of that, come check it out. I think we got about 8 to 10 people that are going to be from the guild, and the rest of it's going to be pugs. So we'll see how this works out. But yeah, we covered some interesting topics today. Got to go over the absolute fake news that was the full reset on everybody for TBC anniversary, so I'm glad that was complete and utter bullshit and fake news. Would have been stupid, but yeah, I don't think we really got anything else going on. So yeah, we'll be doing some more PvP and AV tomorrow, and then we'll be hitting up the raid, and then back to V Rising on Wednesday and Thursday. So yeah, that's the plan for now. Really appreciate everybody taking your time to come out and watch and sit around and be part of the conversation. Definitely helps the channel, and I will continue to keep streaming here. Sorry, I'm paying attention to something else at the same time. So I'll be continuing to keep streaming this content as long as people are enjoying it. So make sure if you guys are enjoying this content, you're hitting that like and subscribe if you're watching from YouTube. And if you're watching from Twitch, make sure to hit that follow and come back and see me when I'm live again in the future. Have a great night, everybody, and we will catch you next time.